Welcome one and all to the final day here in the Umzansi Esports League. Season 5 has finally come to an end, and after today we'll be crowning the best of the best within Africa for both FIFA 22 as well as PUBG Mobile. It has been a very long, arduous and grueling 10 weeks of action, of disappointment and many upsets, and along the way though we finally come to the end of that journey, where today, starting off with FIFA 22, we'll be seeing who is number 1, as we only have 2 competitors whittles down for an initial 8, and now only these last 2 remain, and only one will stand at the top of the mountain after this is all said and done. My name is Snare to help you bring you this action, and of course, as ever, we are joined yet again by Aero as well as Tendo. Gentlemen, it's finally come to this. It's been a long, grueling journey, and Tendo, once we get to these final days, right, we saw this last season as well. This is where you can actually have elevation. Surprisingly, for so many of these finalist players, there's still more in the tank, and this is the day where they get to reveal exactly how strong they are within this game.
Yeah, and when we're talking about, gas in the tank, if we're looking back at that first day semifinal on Friday, Beast Bianchi really set the precedent of like what it's going to be like during this championship weekend. And I'm so excited. We've been building it up on Twitter. If you've been on socials here and there, it's the Bravado versus a Goliath derby, I want to say, right, in South African esports. And this is a historic matchup because when we're looking at what's about to happen here, one person's going to walk away back-to-back champion, one person's going to walk away being the first with 2 titles.
Yep. Guaranteed, no matter what, history will be made here in the Umzansi Esports League Season 5, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. And Aero, now that we are down to this particular moment, right, it is the Goliath versus Bravado derby. It is a championship derby as well. This is one of these situations where this really does become a showcase of what is possible within FIFA 22 here within Africa. So, of course, this is going to be how we start the day before we move on to the PUBG Mobile side of things. But let's talk about this a little bit more, right? The fact that who has more pressure on them? Do you think it's Masum, who's going to be able to win it twice? Or is it Beast Bianchi, who not only can win it twice, but also win it back-to-back if he emerges victorious this evening?
Yeah, both players right here are having somewhat pressure on their hands. I mean, Masum trying to win it twice, trying to be the champion in the Season 5, but Beast Bianchi trying to make history, back-to-back in the Nodwin Gaming, which hasn't been seen in all of the entire 5 seasons. So this could potentially be the day where we get to see that history made here in Africa, in the best continent, where we get to see some really fire talent in the FIFA community. But both players coming in on the pitch it's a much bigger picture than we actually imagine. Like, Tendo mentions, it's the Bravado versus Goliath derby, one of the oldest organizations coming together in the grand finals for the championship title. So this one is definitely going to play a major role on mentality. It's going to play a major role on how they take each shot, each pass. So we are going to see different versions from even what we saw on Friday and on Saturday from Masum and Beast Bianchi.
Absolutely. The levels that they showed us in the last 2 days is certainly not the last levels available from them. And of course, they'll be starting the action in FIFA 22 before we move over all the way into PUBG Mobile. But what they're playing for is not just the pride of being regarded as the best within Africa. It's also this pretty decent amount of scratch that's available to them. Just by dint of being here on the finals day, both Masum and Julio the Beast Bianchi have guaranteed $500 in their back pocket. But the jump up from 500 to 1200, not only is it great to be able to play this game, but the monetary incentive is definitely there, Tendo. And in this kind of situation where it's more than double your return, maybe you already started to do some shopping and you're like, damn, it would be nice. I need a new monitor. Damn, I need to really play my best today if I want to get there.
Yeah, and obviously both players are South African, and when we convert this now to the rand, we're looking at the winner walking away with at least 19,000 rand. I mean, when you think of it like that, it's like, whoa, this is a big money game. If you're coming in second place, it's only 8,000. Okay, I say only 8,000, very likely, I could use 8,000 here and there, you know what I'm saying? But it's really also that playing on their mind, right, at the back of their head. Like you said, oh my goodness, there's a lot riding on this game. It's about pride. It's about, the money that can come out at the end of it all. So, the pressure is stacking up. It's about to be hectic. It's about to be intense. I mean, just look at this. Would you like to go up against any of these two? I don't think so. I'm fine. I'd rather just give them the money and walk away.
listen, I've lost enough games this weekend playing FIFA, so I think I'm okay as well. It's good enough. One thing that I also find very entertaining about the fact that we do have the Bravado Goliath matchup here is that this derby has yet to be seen since season 2. Way back in season 2, the season that Masoom won, he defeated Unfazed in the playoffs to be able to claim his first title, his only title so far. So he's been in this exact situation before, taking on a Goliath talisman, beating said talisman, and going all the way into the championship. But of course, Julio the Beast Bianchi has also been in this exact situation before. In fact, he's been in the finals more than once. He's only succeeded the one time. However, he's no stranger to these kind of championship environments, not just in the Umzansi Esports League, but in general all across the world. One thing that's going to be entertaining and wonderful to watch about this particular matchup here, Arrow, is the fact that between these two gentlemen, neither of them crack under pressure. Neither of them have that kind of weakness of mentality at all. Both of them, I mean, we call Masoom the Iceman for a reason. We call Julio the Beast Bianchi the Beast for a reason, because when the pressure is at the most, that's when they actually tend to shine the most. So I want to hear it now from you. Predictions, Arrow. Who is getting this one? I want exact score. Let's make it deeper. I want leg for leg score here for this finals day.
Leg for leg, well, I really believe we are going to get a 4-1 to Beast Bianchi first leg and a 3-2 second leg to Beast Bianchi again.
So 7-3 for the Beast. Yo, that's some high praise. Tendo, you agree? How are you feeling about today's matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I've been kind of hyping it up the whole weekend that this is feeling like the season where we're going to see this back-to-back championship for the Beast Bianchi. And honestly, we all watched that game that yesterday, Masoom versus Mobizilla. Masoom was all right. You know, he didn't look great. It didn't really look like he could, if he came into the battle against, the Beast Bianchi in that semifinal, let's say it was him and not Bobo, I feel like it would have been the same result, like, to be honest with you. Hopefully now that Masoom has got a win behind his back, he's riding off that momentum, that it'll be a little bit more competitive. So my prediction on this scoreline is actually going to be 6-5 aggregate score. For the
6-5 aggregate score. Nah, boys, y'all are underrating Masoom. There's a reason why at present he's the last remaining member of the Bravado camp when it comes to FIFA. There's a reason why they keep putting their faith in him. This man, he has been a rock solid every single season in, season out. Julio the Beast Bianchi has fallen off on occasions. He has not made it to every single playoffs. Masoom has. He hasn't been successful in every finals he's been to. To be fair, Masoom's only been in one, but he has a 100% win rate there. I'm telling you, boys, yesterday this man was just being Rock Lee, had the training weights on. Today he's gonna take them off. He's gonna fly out the gates. This one's gonna be a 7-5 victory in favor of the Iceman. Julio the Beast Bianchi will not go back to back. I'm telling you, it might also just be copium, but I believe in the Iceman. I really believe in Masoom. I think also he is one of the players that, granted, like y'all are mentioning, he was okay yesterday. Not his best showing in general, but consider how the contrast was between leg number 1 and leg number 2. I think what probably happened to him was that after leg 1, he's like, I've got this in the bag. I don't have to try as hard. And then he found it difficult to reacclimate himself to what the matchup is actually like. Today, though, he knows he doesn't have that luxury. He's playing not just the best in the country, not just the best in the continent, but having a very strong argument for being maybe even top 20 in the world here, Arrow. So I don't think he has any kind of luxury in his mind or any kind of complacency coming into this matchup the same way, fairly or unfairly, he might have had the same thinking coming into the Masoom game, or the Mobizilla game, rather.
Yeah, no, look, when it comes down to this game right now, Masoom is a good player. He's a great player. He's just has many accolades this year to Beast Bianchi. We've seen him locally. We've seen him go international. We've seen him compete in various tournaments, etc. But I don't know. The odds are just screaming Beast Bianchi. And I was correct on Friday to say, you know what, Beast Bianchi is really doing well today. And he did smack it out the window. A 7-0 lead in the second leg against Bobo Beast, who arguably was the better player this season. I have to say, nothing can stop Beast Bianchi. The version we saw there. And who knows, maybe that was light work for him. Maybe he also was just Rock Lee as well with his little bit of weights, and he's decided, you know what, now I'm going to take everything off. They don't want to do too much homework on their opponents, so they just gave them what they wanted to see. So let's see exactly what we get to see in the grand finals. It's definitely going to be a different ball game completely, and I hope these guys put on a show, because I want to be voiceless by the end of the second leg.
I think we have a very strong chance of that happening, but let's talk exactly how it's going to happen mechanically here, Tendo. Yesterday, when we saw Masum in action versus Mobizilla, he found himself, the large reason, in my opinion, why he dropped off in leg number 2 was that Mobi made a raft of tactical adjustments, both in terms of how he put the squad up, into just on the cards themselves, but his actual formation was very different. How he approached the game was somewhat different. Coming into this one today, 2 questions. Have they learned anything from each other in the last 2 days? Have the VODs revealed something that's going to allow them to have some kind of interesting strat for the day? And the second question, do we have any entertaining cards that you think are going to be deployed once again? Yesterday we saw Root Hullet, for example, from Masum. I think for the first time that he's deployed that card the entire season. Are we going to keep going in that trend of having this one ace in the hole for the day, given how important the occasion is?
Yeah, it's such a difficult question because when it really does dial down to mechanics, we got to give it to Masum. He's really clinical in those aspects, and that's kind of the reason why we give him the Iceman title, because he's just got everything on lock, and when you're ice cold, everything is solid. But Beast Bianchi, in that same regard, is probably one of the most skilled players in terms of actually doing skill moves and trying to get skill move goals in the league, who is still at a very high competitive level. We usually see that kind of play in Nkosi, but yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of things playing on the minds of both opponents over here, and honestly, I can't wait to see what happens.
Well, certainly you're not going to have to wait much longer, Tendo, because the game is ready. The grand finals of Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League here in FIFA 22 is prepared. And after this, we will know for certain who will rise to the top of the Nodwin Gaming throne to help bring us that journey. We have Arrow, we have Tendo Plays, we have the final FIFA game of this season. Take it away, boys. Make it hype, make it exciting, and I'll talk to you afterwards.
All right, the stage has been set, ladies and gentlemen. It's Championship Sunday. If you don't have some popcorn, it's too late to get it now. You have to stay glued to the screen. Let's see exactly what happens on this early attack, though.
You are not wrong about that. A second here means you've missed an important pass, an important play between 2 great titans. Right over here, Masum versus Beast Bianchi. We have Masum on the ball in the box. Mbappe with the skill, still on ball possession, but we do have that defense coming through. And oh no, this could be some trouble, but luckily, trouble not going further than that.
Spinzola on the pitch. That's a very different pick. Gravin as well. We saw. I can't remember if it was Bobo Beast that maybe brought him on in that game, or was it actually Beast Bianchi between the two of them? Can't remember. But we're seeing a lot of these finesse picks coming in with these cards. And so far, so good for Masum, actually. You're seeing a lot of energy and pace in his attacks. San Maximan looking to create a little bit of space on the pitch. A couple of players up forward, but there's a lot of defenders to deal with. Hernandez on the ball, closed out by 2 defenders, but somehow getting past them in the box now. The pass is on to San Maximan, but the defender, Barella, is good for it, but not good enough because Ronaldo's back on it. But contained well by the Beast Bianchi.
Contained well, but he is not containing that possession in a sense where he's now made 2 mistake passes. He needs the breathing time because he has had depressed moments coming in from Masum, and Masum is definitely alive and awake here in this matchup in the first leg. Beast Bianchi needs to keep onto the ball a little bit longer. He needs this time to evaluate what is happening and release the pressure from him, and it looks like now he's in a good position to do that. Exactly, he's played a lot of the seconds in the box of Masum, losing the ball however in that build-up play. Masum is looking really good.
Yeah, he's looking a lot more polished than he was yesterday. He's woken up that this is the grand final, and I'd say the same for the Beast Bianchi. His defense has been quite superb. He's on this attack as well. San Maximan on the turn, the pass into Griezmann, who's been such a difficult card to contain this championship weekend. He's in on goal. The shot bounces off Van der Sar, and we will get our first little pause here. Quick little adjustment. Seen some things. And I love that the 2 of them understood the assignment today, right, Iro? You know, the Beast Bianchi is in red for Goliath, and then we got Masum in the blue for Bravado. Good touch, guys. We like that. We like that around here. And yeah, it's looking good. It's looking spicy right now. And like I said, you can't look away from the screen because it's actually really back and forth so far.
It is back and forth. A lot of the ball possession in general is going down to Masoom. But we have the first sort of corner coming out from Beast Bianchi. Barella on the ball in the box. Dangerous area to be right here. However, Valverde needs to take and clear this ball out. And
Whoa!
That
What?
was very close, ladies and gentlemen. The 12th man coming into play for Van der Sar, as that would have been a major mistake for Masoom. But luckily, it is a goal kick.
All right, my heart jumped for a second there. It was a little bit wild, a little bit crazy, but this pass is really great. Dembele's in, but Hernandez good for the recovery. And we've seen a lot of the goalpost this championship weekend, let's be honest. I don't know what's happening. The ball's just attracted to it. It might be continuing that storyline inside this grand final. Dembele on it now for the Beast Bianchi, looking for some room, some space to work with. There's a couple of players in front. Griezmann, but Van der Sar with the leg stretch to send it up back into the pitch. What a great save to keep Masoom in.
That
and
onside?
that
No,
no, surely offside. Surely.
That would have been a pass of the year if it was onside, but unfortunately, it's the Goliath kickoff right here. Saint Maximum, who scored an mountain of goals against Bobo Beast, is obviously going to be a card pick yet again for Beast Bianchi. Dembele on the ball right now. He can get some opportunity of play, but unfortunately, both players are putting in 110% into this. The defense has been amazing. The tackles has been great. The pressure has been alive. St. Maximum looking for an opening. Unfortunately, just like I mentioned, both players right here, defense, attack, midfield, all the areas are awake right here. Mbappe looking for that wing pass onto Valverde, and right there is a cross at the far length, but Magnan to go on the low. I wonder why Masoom chose for the low cross, as there was a wide player open for the high.
I also thought he was going to go for the high cross, but decides to go low. Maybe he saw something. Maybe he's been practicing something, but it didn't work out there. San Maximan now on the ball, looking to inject a little bit of pace in this attack for the Beast Bianchi. He's in now with Dembele. The shot in, the goal! Dembele opens up the scoring for the Beast Bianchi. Goliath Gaming's on top right now.
Goliath Gaming, 38-minute first goal right here. Very, very technical gameplay we are seeing, and it is really going to be down to the wire as things stand right now. But Masoom still has opportunity of goal scoring opportunities right now. So we can only see that coming into play with this build-up play, potentially even Valverde. And we've seen Masoom do the kickoff goals, not just once, but a number of times this season. So maybe with this, it could potentially go in favor for him. Theo onto Bellingham. And these passing being so calculated right now. Let's hope that it does continue in this pace. The referee looks like a 12th man over there. I was like, why is he not passing?
Hate to see it. Wait, he's in here. Maybe something, but no, it will be sent out. It will be a corner. He's looking to play it long. In, but the defender on it first. Mbappe still on it. Ronaldo, the shot! The keeper has to send it out. Another corner. This time he's looking to play it again long. Thought he might go for the short one. It's on a player. He's looking for the shot in, but there's so many red jerseys in front of him. And Andes has to just kick it out. And that's the half time. Whoa, all right. Really feeling the energy of this time. It's
good. It's good.
Yeah, I mean, guys, when it comes to, peak South African esports, this is what we're talking about right here. This is two players that against all the odds of whatever people will tell you, no, you can't take gaming seriously as a career. Wow. They're here doing it big. And honestly, you can really feel the tension between the two players, between just the storyline that could happen over here. As it stands, Beast Bianchi is going back to back as champion. Yes, it's been one half. Let me not jump ahead of myself, but he's got the momentum in his sails. Let's see if he can carry it out in the second half.
Let's see exactly whether or not that comes to life. But right now, second half, how do you think things will play out?
It's difficult because great stuff from both players, honestly. I think usually there's at least one player that is faltering here and there that we can highlight. But the goal that the Beast Bianchi did get in was a bit of a difficult one for Masoom to stop out. So thus far, a lot of possessions been in Masoom's favor as well. Here he is now as well. The shot, no, the defender's there to block it. And yeah, Masoom's really been like, you know, on these attacks quite a lot more than I feel the Beast Bianchi, but he's just not finding enough space to work with, and Beast is getting a little bit further into the box.
Yeah, no, literally. It's just, he needs that opening, and you have to admit, Beast Bianchi has defended quite well, so it's not going to be easy over there. But at the same sense, look at just how well Masoom is also keeping the areas blocked off right here. And we have Griezmann in a dangerous area.
Oof.
Oh no, he sends the player, and that is close. Would have been a bounce, but it does work off for Masoom as there was a defender there. Militao looking good.
Aaron, let's be honest. Don't you just hate when people play at the back? Like when you're watching a FIFA game and they're playing at the back and you're like, oh guys, please just send it forward. It's not worth.
Send it forward, like Dembele right here. But yeah, no, right here, the best defense for me is always attack, right? And if you're playing in the back a lot, you're just keep building up the pressure and making things worse for yourself. So I don't know, but right now between these two players, Beast Bianchi is not looking the better player. Yes, he has that one goal advantage. Masoom has had many other opportunities in the box of the goalkeeper. He's been dangerous time in and time out, but it's not like you say finding that opening, that momentum to just finish it off and send a goal in for himself over there. But if he doesn't find that opportunity, like it's just a moment of first leg ending with just a one goal advantage right here. But the way we got Beast Bianchi on this ball as well, he's building up that pressure. Saint Maximum might potentially send the goalkeeper away, and that is a goal. Unexpected shot. Goalkeeper unfortunately not there to save, and it is now Beast Bianchi with 2-goal leads in the second half of the first leg. Masoom, you need to wake up. You need to bring up your level of attack. It is there, but you're not closing the deal, and you're not in the final positions where needed. Hernandez onto Bellingham. Let's see and hope for an opportunity here for Masoom.
What a great goal from the Beast Bianchi. I mean, the ball retention there was out of this world. Masoom could not hold on to that ball. He could not touch it. It was just Beast Bianchi. But maybe now an opportunity to get a goal in. Ronaldo's in for goal, but the defender just too wise on it. We'll get that. Now Beast Bianchi once again can string together an attack, extend this lead of his 2-goal cushion. We love to talk about it. This is where you can start to get comfortable, start to play a little bit more of your game of FIFA. And we might see the Beast Bianchi really unlock and unfold over here. Passing on to Griezmann. Griezmann making this run into the box. Maybe he's looking for that one. No, he finds Dembele. Dembele's on. San Maximan with the turn. But the defender will send it out. Oh, no. Okay, lost touch on San Maximan.
Oh, interesting. But a short goal kick. Marquinhos to Valverde. And he has played potentially a lot on this wing. I'm afraid for Dembele's stamina. I wonder when a substitute might potentially come into play for either of the team. But Saint Maximum is here, guys. He can get a shot. Oh, and it does. That is a beautiful goal right over there. Sends the defender running the opposite direction. Manages to clutch in a 77th minute goal right over there. It's 2-1, ladies and gentlemen. Things are still on par for the championship for either player.
Yeah, it's hard to separate the two players. Of course, Beast Bianchi did have that 2-goal lead, that cushion, but now it's at jeopardy. And especially since there's a little bit of time to work with, if Masoom can get possession of this ball with a few minutes to work with, he'll be able to maybe find that goal to tie it up leading into that second leg. But Beast Bianchi is now on the attack. He's looking to get that lead back that he just had. Dembele, Spinzola, Dembele. There's no room to work with the defense. It's like a wall that you cannot penetrate at this moment for Masoom. The players are just squandering the ball, and now this is an opportunity. Mbappe is on the ball. No pace on the attack just yet. Waiting
Oh,
for a
Gullit.
runner. Dembele, Gullit, but the pass is way too wide. The keeper will get it.
Just unfortunate. That would have been such a great pass, the curve, everything. But unfortunately, like you say, too wide. And also the placement of Magnan, who was ready for that pass as well. Great reading coming out from Bianchi. I thought it was over there for that pass, but he sent his goalkeeper into the right position. And now it's just a waiting game to win the first leg, I assume. And his passing has been great. He's played the better second half, I have to say, when it comes to ball possession.
Yeah, it's been a lot better from the Bianchi, definitely. But 2-1 is not really a great second leg scoreline, because when that new leg starts up, oftentimes you find that player that's down gets just a new burst of life, and he's like, all right, you know what? Let me score this one goal. I'll be in the lead in that, second leg. And then even though it's a draw in that situation, they can still build off that momentum of that first goal. So, yeah, it's still really tight here, Ira. I'm not too sure yet. The two of us are on the Bianchi side in terms of he's been looking good, especially from that semi-final. But Masoom from yesterday has really improved. He's really looking great. He must have watched a couple of VODs of the Bianchi because he's got the download. He just needs to add a little bit more creativity, I think, in his play, and then we'll have a much closer game.
A much closer game indeed. But, I mean, that first half, Masoom could have easily taken the lead in the opportunities he had. He was in a dangerous area, not just once, but a number of times in that first half. Second half, it was more leaning towards Bianchi, the ball possession, etc. He managed to score the second goal, but he did slip up in the 77th minute, and it was a great turn from St. Maximin to send that defender running the opposite direction, maybe to drink some water, who knows, but he was off that pitch within seconds. And that goal from St. Maximin for Masoom was just so beautiful. But it's 2-1, and like you say, that's not a lead you want to go into in your second leg. It's still up for anyone. If a goal from Masoom within the first seconds of the game, first minutes of the first half of second leg, scores a goal, then they're on even playing field again, and there's no pressure among each of the players over there. Maybe more pressure towards Bianchi, because now that would mean 2 momentum goals going in favor for Masoom, with no response whatsoever coming out from Bianchi.
Yeah, it all comes down to this one more game of FIFA, 2 halves of 45 and 10 weeks of play. I feel like a lot of people sometimes only tune in for the grand finals or maybe for the playoffs, and they don't really get to see that regular season, and they just get to watch the best of the best compete. But these guys had to go through such trials and tribulations to get to this point. I mean, even when you think about it, we were really worried about the Bianchi even making it to playoffs, and now here he is trying to defend the title. But with that, the next leg is ready. It is time here, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Umzansi Esports League Season 5 Grand Finale. Masoom versus the Bianchi. Bianchi is leading 2-1, and he's looking to close it up.
Ooh. Bianchi's already in a risky place. He takes the shot, and it just goes wide in that moment over there. And we see the change of kit, but you also see the same message, right? Goliath isn't just red, it's also black. So he comes in with
you can see it in the jersey in the corner there, man. The script is still...
Literally, yeah. The script is still there. Bianchi, Masoom, but this is a dangerous second half because it can determine who is going to be the championship or champion of the Season 5 Umzansi League right here. Are we going to get the 2-win title coming in for Masoom, or are we going to get the back-to-back title for Bianchi? I mean, history either way, because we haven't had 2-win titles.
Yeah, I actually was thinking about it when you were saying that. I'm like, well, actually, if Bianchi also wins back-to-back, then there's going to be somebody that has 2 titles. But anyways, here we go. Let's see exactly what happens. It's been a bit of a back and forth so far. We've seen Masoom trying to get in at goal, but to no avail. They just isn't a real way for him to work into it just yet. Bianchi is still continuing that momentum he has from that first leg, looking dangerous on the attack, but there's so many defenders back that it's really hard to find any options to work with, but does find Sanhok.SAST. Sanhok.SAST might be able to get that pass in, but no, kept out well there.
Kept out well, and a good clearance and a wing on the rung over there, but unfortunately that cross isn't going to work out in favor of Masum. Masum, who has been arguably not on the ball over the time, even in the first leg, second half, is going to need to start getting that time on ball possession, because the pressure is here, man. And with the passing that we get from Bianchi, each is calculated to their own. Pele on the ball, the dribbling's amazing. Saint Maximum right now takes the shot. Van der Sar is quick to dive, sending that one out for a corner piece right here. And right now we see some maybe dangerous plays coming in. Mukileli looking to send it to Barella with the great goal over there. What a outside of the foot a shot coming out from Bianchi, sending things to 3-1. Amazing.
How do you stop that one, man? That's just unlucky, honestly. Unlucky, but great play from Bianchi. Whichever side of the coin you're on, it is what it is. Wow. And that has to add a lot of pressure now for Masum, because he's going to need a lot of goals to keep this one competitive. Or else the Bianchi just might run away with it, run away with this title, the back-to-back, the 2-title winner as well. I don't know if the Bravado camp wants that. I feel like Masum still has a little bit of fight left into him, but he's going to have to find a way to contain the Bianchi.
He is going to have to find a way, but that placement shot from Barella was just perfect.
Goal of the season, guys. Goal of the season, please.
100%. The curve, the timing, everything was perfect.
The distance, the angle. Ah, man. Damn it.
Barella, Saint Maximum. It's these dangerous passing that we get to see from Bianchi time in and time out. Graven right here on a pass availability. He sends that one down, but Van der Sar has been great with those low dives coming in from him. But it also meant some dangerous corners that needed to be placed, and this is the reason why in the second leg right now Bianchi is leading. I have to say it has been a great play. He's been amazing in the midfield, he's been amazing in the defense. The ball possession absolutely nowhere to be seen on Masum for more than a minute.
Ooh,
look at that,
the cups, the signature Bianchi cups.
Oh,
but hey, Mbappe,
that's a red card.
What?
That is a clear score opportunity for Mbappe.
And just a yellow. I can't believe my eyes, honestly. Maybe? Yeah. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. Not too great from Masum there. Had to capitalize off that moment to maybe get a goal in, but kind of squandered. And the Bianchi gets away with that one, honestly. How? I don't know. Sometimes the refs in this game, I don't know what they're seeing. They ain't seeing what we're seeing. But Barella is on an attack. And now, especially if Bianchi can find a goal, it's going to break the heart of Masum even more. Griezmann's in on the box, but there's so many defenders on him. Spenzola's on it. Graven now looking for an opportunity. Running it, but no space, no players, no options. Masum does not want another goal in the back of his net right now.
It doesn't, but the time to escalate that pressure is out the window as Barella is back on the ball. But finally, now Hullet, Saint Maximum. Do we see an opportunity here, Tendo?
I don't know. And honestly, guys, the time is ticking away. Yes, 2 goals in 1 half isn't too bad. But if you can find a goal right now, Masum, it'll be a whole lot more comfortable for him to look for that draw. And remember, we will go to extra time, if not mistaken. Championship rules. Someone has to win at the end of this one. No draws. Someone needs to be hoisting up that trophy. And it looks like Bianchi is the one that's most hungry. He's been on this attack over and over again. Masum has been facing his attack over and over and over again. But he's holding up.
He is holding up, and he's got a lot of his players here in the back. Saint Maximum still finds the ball somehow over there. It's a 2-on-1. And what a clean tackle, though, according to the ref. Goes out for a throw-in. Goes in for a throw-in for Bianchi. He's still on this ball possession. And I mean, this is exactly what causes these goals, because it's opportunities that he lacks on the ball. He's not creating anything whatsoever, and that is going to cause a bit of a hiccup in in everything where it comes to
Yeah.
pressure, defense, breaking. You can't always stay consistent. You can't always be the Iceman. I mean, right now here we got the axe of Beast Bianchi just hammering away at that ice, and he's finding gaps, he's finding holes in, and taking every opportunity he can.
In the name Goliath, right? He's a giant at it, and I mean, an ice wall is breakable by something of that kind of feat, right? So, in this moment, in this breather that we have, I feel like if you're Masoom, maybe if he has someone there in the room, just like, maybe coaching him in the background. I don't know what's happening in that kind of situation. You need to give him that pep talk that it's not over yet. One early goal means that he can fight back to draw it up. And as long as it's drawn up, no one has won just yet, right? You're still in the fight. You're still in this battle to become the Umzansi Esports League, hosted by Nodwin Gaming, of course. Make sure you guys go check out the Instagram, the Twitter, the website, nodwingaming.africa, because someone is going to be hoisting up a trophy of the FIFA champion after this leg, after this half.
Sure. It is here now, second half. Masoom on the ball. We've seen some magic. Seen it against Mobazilla yesterday from kickoff. Will we see it today? Masoom still on the play. Bellingham here. Opportunity to pass. Mbappe on the ball. Saint Maximum in the open. He's still on that ball possession. A pass to Ronaldo. Heavy on that pass, however. 3v1. He finds Mbappe. Mbappe to Saint Maximum is going to be cancelled with a great interception. And now the run of play coming out from Beast Bianchi on that wing. Pele against Marquinhos. Who wins this one on the box? Unfortunately, it is going to be Pele.
Heartbreaking that no goal was converted there for Masoom.
Yeah.
And now, especially Beast Bianchi's on the attack. San Maximan for the shot in, but thankfully, body's there to block it. Van der Sar will collect. A moment to breathe. But the pressure is building up, playing it up at the back. You need to be careful. It's not the time to squander the ball over here for Masoom. He's on this attack. He's looking for a goal. There's a space. What a cup! What a slide tackle, but possession still in favor of Masoom. He's in now with Ronaldo. Ronaldo needs to find the shot, but the defender from behind scoops up the ball. The Beast Bianchi is still on top.
The thing is, that is the exact same play he opted in for his first goal of this match over here. So very readable coming out from Masoom. He's in taking out more plays from his book. And if you are just going to repeat, it is going to be easy, readable plays. Hulet, however, back on ball with him.
Oh, just fighting for shots, to be honest with you. That's all he wants. A shot at goal, a shot at target. And he's not getting it. Beast Bianchi in front of them all. And now he's driving it forward for a counter attack. There's a few jerseys in front for him to work with, but gonna slow down the pace just a little bit. Wait for a couple more players to work their way up the pitch. And now Beast Bianchi looking to close it up, but hey, nice little interception there. Masoom, a 3-point attack. Can he make something happen? A couple more players running up the pitch, but just a squandered pass.
I think that is going to be his ball. We'll have to wait and see exactly when they make these changes, but we didn't see too much changes. I don't think any changes whatsoever in the first leg. So for Masoom to maybe come in potentially to switch up a substitute or two could potentially just change the pace of the game. You know, we got Ronaldo, we got Dembele over there, who has been working quite hard in terms of his runnings and etc. But their stamina goes down, and we need those substitutions to keep things fresh. Hopefully, a good selection comes in from Masoom over there.
Yeah, and you know, I go back to something that Snare said in the beginning. Masoom is an always feature in the playoffs for the Umzansi Esports League for FIFA. He's always here. He's been in many finals as well. And I think watching him lose another final is just not what he wants. It's not what the camp wants. So there's still some time to make some magic happen. And I feel like Masoom can still bring it back. But Beast Bianchi is looking like he's sitting on a heater as well, because he's just not stopping. He's on fire with the defense especially, which can sometimes be a little bit of an up and down scenario for the Beast Bianchi. Either he shows up and he's got a rock hard defense, or there's a couple of gaps.
Oh, and those gaps are opening. Maybe potentially here, Griezmann on the ball.
Ooh.
Goes past one Passes back to Quadrado. Or Cordoba, actually. Gravenbech? Or Brech? I don't know how to say his name.
I've just been saying Graben to be H.
Yeah, same.
Ugh.
Gomez. Graven. Ooh, this is dangerous. St. Maximum. Don't give him too much space because he can be sneaky too.
Yeah, Maximan can be sneaky. Squandering the ball once again. Maximan's on the attack. No real room to work with. But Griezmann now on it, and then it's good to collect that one. Khalid needs to get this one out in front. Now there's Mbappe. There's two people in front. There's Ronaldo. Can he find that pass down the wing? No, you'll have to send it back. Bellingham now. Can Bellingham find a good opportunity here for Masoum? She's just getting closed out, but does get it to Khalid. Khalid now onto Mbappe. Mbappe, you need to make something happen. Masoum desperately needs it, but the pass into Gomez.
Man. The pressure from Beast Bianchi is so amazing. He's been keeping him right toe-to-toe in this matchup right now. And there's a pass to Saint, but he's going to be blocked off by Hernandez. Great read coming out from Masoum. He needs a fast build-up play, and it does look like it is coming in from him for Vidre on the wing. A long cross. Here we go. Ronaldo in the box, but it goes forwards. No!
Oh,
Not
no.
the move.
I can't believe my eyes, but he's still in on goal. The keeper keeps
Hey!
the goal. It happens for Mbappe. We still got a game on our hands here. There's 11 minutes to play for. Maybe Masoum can bring it back. Maybe we get a little bit of extra time for the first time this season. I don't know. But now the Beast Bianchi has to be shaking in his boots, because if he loses possession at any moment, Masoum can score.
Masoum right now, he needs to be aggressive in the fact that he needs the ball right here, because when it comes to holding the ball, we know that Beast Bianchi can do it. We've seen it in this match right now. But Barella is on the ball, and he's been dangerous to score the only goal in the second half, in the second leg for Beast Bianchi. Ronaldo, now Bellingham, Kuroda right here. Let's see exactly what can come of this play. It is looking good, but we have so many players at the back line. A great pass to Ronaldo, onto Hullet. It is building up. It's going in his favor, and Mbappe was open. If that pass had connected, just maybe would have had an opportunity on our hands to see that extra time, fight for that championship title. There's only 3 minutes. This could potentially be the long holding pass play for Beast Bianchi. It goes over to St. Maximum. St. Maximum over the top, but the Van der Sar gets to it. It's still Barella on the ball, and this could be dangerous in this position. It is really fighting to the end for both players. But I think right now, it is the last opportunity. Tendo, take it away.
It's chai time, honestly, man. It's time to pack it up. But this final attack, maybe from Masoum. He's got the ball in. Mbappe's on it. This is it, Mbappe. You have to run it in, but the defender denies it all.
Denies
The
it, but we have
back-to-back
a
champion. Beast Bianchi will hoist that trophy up. The conclusion of the Umzansi Esports League Season 5 FIFA segment is here. It's the Beast Bianchi snare. It was close, man. It almost happened there at the very end with Masoum, and we all were clenching for it.
You know, honestly, this is only fair because yesterday when Masoum beat Moby Zilla, there were several moments of similar heartbreak where Moby could maybe have clutched it out at the very end. So now it's Masoum's turn to taste that bitter medicine. And as a result, like you mentioned, back-to-back champion, Giulio the Beast Bianchi, not only back-to-back champion here in FIFA 22, it has never been done in any title in the Umzansi Esports League. So he's the first person to be able to do that twice in a row, back to back. Incredible performance coming in from the Goliath talisman. And that is why we had all of these thoughts. That is why y'all were so bullish towards his odds coming into this one. I will admit, those last few minutes, it really did feel like we were going to get that extra time. And I was like, maybe Beast, maybe relax, bro. Entertain us a little bit more. But what can we say? He wanted the W. He wanted the $1,200. And he has gotten it for himself. What a performance. What a season from him, Errol. Let's remember this, right? Tendo was mentioning it in the game. For a long, long time, we had fears about, will Julio actually make it? At the beginning, he was super hot in the season. Then he hit this awful spell of form in the mid-season, and it was like he creeped into the playoffs literally on the last day, the last day. And yet here he is, being able to get himself to the top of the mountain. Man, what a competitor. What a player. The mental fortitude on this guy, honestly, unbelievable when you see him being able to perform like this.
Unbelievable. The ball possession he had, the season, it was written in favor for him right here. You know, it is that novel we get to read where he's the hero who's had a challenge across his journey, but he brings it back with some motivation just somewhere across the line and manages to sneak into the playoffs. Not only that, but destroy probably his biggest rival in the Umzansi League here with a 7-0 lead in the second leg alone. So Beast Bianchi didn't play any games in this playoffs. He really came in knowing exactly what he wanted, and it is a very proud moment for everyone who is fans of Beast Bianchi, who is, you know, rallying behind him, because that was a great opportunity for Beast Bianchi. 3-2 though. That just shows how close this title was and how much hunger both of these players had. And Masoom, it's just like you said, Mobizilla had the same essence of breaking through a goal opportunity, but it didn't come through, and that was heartbreaking for him. I was rooting for Beast Bianchi the entire, you know, second leg, first leg, but the way Masoom was playing, it's almost as if he deserved this title. Just unfortunately couldn't clinch onto the opportunities he had.
Unfortunately, at the end of the day, FIFA 22 is not a game about passing accuracy. It's not a game about possession. It's not a game about good tackling. It's a game about goals at the end of the day. And Julio the Beast Bianchi was the one to be able to score them. And with that 3-2, very shallow victory. I'm pretty sure as much as he's celebrating right now, Tendo, he was sweating, especially in those last few minutes. There's no way he's calm about this victory. There's no way he feels it was an easy one. He was fighting tooth and nail every second here against Masoom.
Yeah, I think in both legs he was, sweating, to be honest. 2-1 lead, but it was still hard fought. We still saw Masoom just like chasing onto that. And even in that second leg, it was very hard fought for the Beast Bianchi. But I mean, kudos to Masoom. He's one of the most consistent players, honestly, on the African continent, at least. You have to give him that. How many times have we seen him in finals, in playoffs, etc., and still maintaining this high competitive play? And to keep it this close with the Beast Bianchi after what we've all been highlighting as one of the most brutal lashings, in a semi-finals with with Bobo Beast, this is a good final result. I'd say you could walk away from the season as Masoom and be like, you know what, not a bad one. I think the better player did end up winning. It's funny, we talked about it right in the beginning of the season. Who do you think is gonna win? And we were like, guys, Beast Bianchi. And I think Alive Gaming has, solidified themselves as probably, owning one of the best players in FIFA on the continent, honestly.
Without a doubt, he's one of the best in the continent, and he has solidified that by going back-to-back here in the Umzansi Esports League. He won Season 4 in scintillating fashion, and now he clutches out Season 5 as well. So he will be the one right now written in the history books of Nodwin Gaming as the first person to be able to do so across all the titles we presented here in the greatest showcase of African esports. Of course, Julio the Beast Bianchi is not the only champion we're going to be giving over today. He's not the first person to earn in excess of $1,000. He's just done so first on FIFA. We'll still be moving on to PUBG Mobile to see which one of those teams can ascend to the same heights as what we've seen the Beast Bianchi claim here in FIFA 22. With that though, we are going to be taking a little bit of a short break. In the meantime, please make sure that you go on over to @TendoPlays. Go on over to @AeroOG. Give them your thanks, your love for the amazing action they brought to you over the last 10 weeks of happening. It's been not the easiest thing to make happen here on the backside of things, but they've always been here day in, day out, giving their all and giving everything to this competition. So go give them your thanks. Go, of course, and make sure that you are following @Nodwin Gaming Africa as well. And make sure that you are back hydrated for the next segment of PUBG Mobile here on the final day of Season 5 in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. FIFA 22 is done. PUBG Mobile beckons. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all, here to Season 5. The finale of the Umzansi Esports League is finally upon us, and we'll be witnessing here in the PUBG mobile side of things the last remaining maps. Only 4 maps at present separate us from now and to crowning the next champion of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. It has been a tremendous amount of action here in the finals weekend, but it's also been a tremendous amount of action over the last 10 weeks, but it all has to come to a head here and today. No more second chances, no more other opportunities. You have to perform everything you put onto the table right here and right now. Of course, to help us bring this action, we have employed the wonderful talents of both Patchy as well as Viper. Gentlemen, it's the final day. It's the last situation. It's 4 maps which culminate 10 weeks of action. Patchy, psychologically, where do you think these teams are at right now? Just thinking about, damn, our journey is almost over. Where do you think they're at right now? And also, how are you doing? How are you looking forward to these matches tonight?
Yeah, man, I'm doing well. I'm really looking forward to these matches tonight. I think that the teams are really hyped. I mean, this weekend has just been absolutely nuts so far. I mean, just behind the scenes, we're taking a look at some of those clips. They're absolutely nuts. I think these teams are looking super jacked. I mean, like you said, it's sort of the culmination of weeks and weeks of playing. I mean, these teams have gone head to head, toe to toe. It's been exciting the whole way through. If you've missed the action, definitely recommend going back and checking it out because it has been insane. And now as we reach the finals, the absolute last chance of things changing on that leaderboard to see who's going to take that title, I think there is some serious tension in the air. I think the teams are ready to get this done. Maybe a little bit of nerves going on there as well because obviously there's quite a lot up for grabs. I mean, you know, these teams have fought really, really hard to be here. They had to get through groups. They had to get through all the way into semis. They got through into the grand finals, and they have been duking it out all weekend for one reason, and that reason is simply to get number 1. Who is going to get that number 1 slot? Because that one comes with the bragging rights, that one comes with the prize, that one comes with the, you know, the amazing euphoric experience of just being like, we just spent the last few weeks grinding and we've been paid off with that sweet win, and now we're just going to gloat for the rest of time for season 5. So definitely there's a lot up for grabs. Definitely there's a lot of tension in the air for these teams, and I think they want to get in as desperately as we do.
Absolutely. They are right now just chomping at the bit to try and get into the field of play. And Viper, sometimes we've seen it be the case where the longer you have to wait, the more time in between these finals, the more pressure can end up being added onto yourself psychologically. One thing I'm very curious about here, though, given that this is going to be the very last day, right? The schedule is exactly the same. We have seen these maps week in, week out, throughout the semifinals, throughout all of the playoffs. So they know exactly what they should be coming into. Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and then Erangel Part 2 to close out not just the day, but also the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League. One thing I want your opinion on, though, will the teams have changed how they prepared for these matchups versus how they prepared for the last 2 days, given that there's no more opportunities to prepare again after this?
Oh, well, that's a really, really interesting question. But one thing I would love to point out now is majority of the teams, they've taken notes of their position in the table and they know what they need to do, you know, to climb up to get to the position that they have their eyes set on. Maybe they want to be in that top 3 or top 4 or whatever position they want to be right there. So they know it's either we give it our best, our all at this point in time. We possibly try to target a couple of, you know, teams to get them out of the way really quickly. But at the same time, we do know that some of these teams that are in those top positions too would be anticipating such moves and might change a little bit of things up. So we might be seeing a couple of, you know, mixing up of strategies out here, and I would really love to see how that is going to be playing out today.
Mixing of strategies is exactly what we came here to see in the Umzansi Esports League. We've seen it so far in the last couple of days of action, and I have 100% confidence that it's going to continue into this 3rd and final day. Of course, they're all playing, as mentioned, not just for the pride of being the best in Africa, but a very hefty chunk of change happening here. Just by dint of being in the Umzansi Esports League finals, you have earned yourself a guaranteed $365. A very far cry, though, from the number 1 prize of 3,680. And at the end of the day, as much as you would want and hope, Patchy, that these squads aren't thinking about the money, that they're only thinking about where we are and how high I want to go just for the sake of being the best, you can't deny that once you get to the final day of competition, it's starting to seem a bit tantalizing. When you're this close, it's impossible to ignore just how close you are to having this money in your back pocket as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, if we take a look at these standings here, these teams are the ones that are in contention. They're the ones that have been fighting so hard here. Of course, this being that second page, 9 through 16. So these teams, a lot of work to do and a long ways to go. Certainly, if they want to at least be up on their first page and try and get into maybe the top 10. Perhaps, or even higher up into the top 5 if they want to try and fight that hard, because it's definitely not impossible, but perhaps very difficult. Definitely, a lot of that is bragging rights. A lot of that is positional. But of course, you're right. I mean, at this point in time, once you've reached the finals, obviously you're going to be taking a look at that spicy prize, and you want to position just a little bit. Increase your chance to see how much you can get at the end of the day. I mean, let's be honest here. We love playing the game. We love watching the game. But at the end of the day, also, it's really nice to get something back for it. Not just the bragging rights that you get out of this, but also it's nice to see a little bit of that prize in your pocket once you've put all that work in, and you kind of see that payoff. After all that work that you've put in for all these weeks.
I mean, at this point, you've had to burn through several devices to be as good as you are right now. So that money could go towards a new one. It would be quite nice. The second page, there's a lot of squads here that have changed their fortunes from the previous days. Of course, Team EFX were one of those squads that started yesterday at the very bottom. They've climbed much higher up. Solo Esports still in the relatively same position. But today, I think the squads to really watch out for are going to be EFX, Solo Esports, Blackjack Esports, and maybe Rilla Insider as well from the second page, given that last season, Rilla Insider did end third place. So they certainly will want to do more to get closer back to where they've already reached in prior times. Of course, looking at this first page now, BBC, Patchy squad here at the very bottom in 8th place. They've also managed to elevate from 16th all the way up to 8th. Desert Flame Esports, a squad who came fourth last time around and not necessarily looking super hot, but they have an opportunity here to re-vindicate themselves. But the team, we really have to talk about Viper. As much as Mad Knights have been doing clutch things, as much as Team Unique has done some incredible things with having one game fewer than everybody else, but still in third place, the only squad to focus on today is going to be Slime 4KT. They hold the keys to the kingdom right now. Getting to the top of the mountain requires getting through them. If you can't, they get it pretty much automatically, given how far ahead of everybody they are right now. So talk to me about this. What do people need to do to ensure that the Green Snakes do not end up slithering into championship territory here today?
At this point in time, it's going to be really difficult to point out what any team needs to do to, knock them off that top position, because they have been handling themselves quite well. They've been positioning themselves quite well. They've been anticipating the enemy's move and, creating counter strategy each time to make sure they slither right out of the enemy's point of view right there. And that's the way to go as a really top team, if you know what I'm saying. So, I don't know. The other teams just really, really need to make sure they keep their heads on a swivel. They are aware of everything that is going on around them, and make sure they find every single tactic they've used in the past, and hopefully they will be able to catch them in one of those and give them a counter. So right there, but as of right now, just keep trying your best.
Try your best, grind it out. Well, of course, these squads have been trying their best and doing their best for the last 10 weeks, but today it all culminates in only 4 maps. And the first one of those 4 maps is going to be beginning very shortly on Erangel. Before we do, though, because we have Patchy on the panel, of course, we've got to have some predictions out of you. Good sir, I want to hear it. Give me how many eliminations the MVP is going to be getting. MVP player, not necessarily winning squad. How many knocks are they going to get in this particular game, and who's it going to be?
Ooh, okay. I don't know if I'm going to be able to say who's it going to be, but I can say that we'll probably get a double digits here. I think we're going to see something very close to double digits in terms of that kill count for sure. I think our MVP maybe going to be coming from Mad Knights or 4KT. I think they're looking really, really solid. I mean, you've said that the Green Snakes are kind of the gatekeepers of what's happening here in the finals, and I think the Mad Knights are the closest challengers that we've got at the moment. So I'd say it's a good bet.
All right, let's see if that bet is going to be coming to fruition as the first map is now ready, Erangel is now ready, and the final day of Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League is now at our eyes. We have Viper, we have Patchy, and we've got stellar PUBG mobile action coming before us. So gentlemen, take it away, and I'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you very much, Snare. Let us get into our first game here of the finals. It's the third day. It's the final day. It's map number 1. It is Erangel to start things out. The teams hopefully having warmed up for the last few minutes now, getting ready to grease those thumbs to give us a fantastic final. And, well, Viper, we've got a very nice flight path here taking us from north to south, just over that military base. We're about to see where that zone is going to hit, which is basically going to dictate the next few minutes of play. But I'm curious to hear from you what you think is going to happen here. Are we going to see those green snakes dominate? Are they just going to go absolutely ham and really make problems for the other teams? Or do you think we're going to see that eagerness from some of the other teams to try and bring things back for some of the other teams?
Well, at this point, I think it's a little bit difficult to say. But looking at the track record of what the green team has been capable of, I know at this point they are probably just trying to test the waters, see what the other teams are going to be up to, and they will be reacting to that one as it goes. So hopefully we might just be seeing them, slithering around and not, pushing in too much onto the enemy teams at the moment.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got already a little bit of action happening up in the northwest quadrant of that zone at the moment. Quite a few teams dropping into that particular section of the play area. The zone, of course, having dropped up quite central, maybe off to the southeast, just slightly shifted in that direction. But everyone's mostly comfortable, mostly happy inside the zone. And so plenty of opportunity to fight and get things going. And it looks like we have a few skirmishes happening just off the bat. Lots of teams concentrated down in towards the southwest as well. We do actually have a team over on that military island, which is fantastic to see. Of course, the rest of the teams. Yeah, absolutely. You've got to point it out. It's still worthy. I know. I mean, you get those patchy points. Maybe you get a bit of extra luck in the pocket too.
Yeah, definitely. Underrated esports already picking up a few patchy points out there. Maybe, hopefully that is going to do them a lot of help moving forward inside this game as they're still stuck in that 12th position. Maybe they will be able to push themselves up into that first page, as we know majority of these teams would like to, get a little bit extra, mojo, extra cash in their wallets right there. But as it stands right now, it's still going to be a time for, getting those loots, just keeping yourself as as possible and getting that extra advantage in any gunfight you might find yourself in. Looking down south right now, we might be seeing some possible engagement waiting to happen between the Desert team right there, and Team Lag also not too far off from them. I would love to see an engagement between those two teams, so Team Lag and Desert Flame Esports though.
Yeah, could certainly be quite interesting. Right here, they do have a pretty close proximity, so maybe it's a fight that we will see, although perhaps not. Maybe they'll decide to stay where they are or rotate outwards. They are very much centralized in the zone, though, so it's a pretty good spot to hold for the time being. You can see Lag starting to just probe out a little bit, put their feelers out towards the more center of that particular spot there. Solo moving off to the side. You've got UG Boy actually very much separated from the squad, perhaps just going scouting a little bit. The rest of the team's quite comfy around most of the map. Nothing too crazy happening after those initial skirmishes. Teams separated just a little bit, getting back into their comforts and kind of not really too keen on getting anything crazy going too quickly. And I think most of these teams are definitely trying to play for the win here. They've got that in mind. They want as many points as possible, and that means not getting taken out early. But what that means, of course, is if we've got all the teams playing with a little bit more reservations, that means we get some crazier final zones. We get some crazier end games and late games here on this map. So definitely going to be looking out for that. The late game are going to be quite hectic if these teams continue their course of action. At the moment, for KT, of course, the team of the hour, the team in question at least, that we are interrogating in our minds to see if they're going to be able to continue their role here, because right now they're just they have a considerable lead, and it is going to be quite difficult to take them out. I mean, we're talking about this behind the scenes just a little bit before we got into the games, and we were talking about how 4KT looking so strong that it's going to be really hard to get things done And I want to know if these teams have that in the back of their minds. Are they thinking about this? Are they thinking, okay, do we have to deal with 4KT? How are we going to deal with them? Are we just going to sort of skirt around the edges? Are we going to avoid them? How is this going to work? What is the course of action here? Do you try and go toe-to-toe with 4KT and try and knock them out if you find them? Or do you just try and avoid them for most of the game to try and scrape together as many points apart from them as possible?
Yeah, definitely. These are one of the things that this is one of the many things that will be going across the minds of several of these teams out there. I know many teams out here will be like, oh yeah, we've watched their rotation part a lot, and possibly we could set a bit of an ambush out along the way. But I've seen so many games in which 4KT makes their rotation so dynamic that it is really, really difficult to, just pinpoint this is exactly how they will be making these rotations, because they do a lot of movement around working with their information, and that this actually in majorly like influence how they make their rotations and push forward in different kind of situations. So if you are going to try to counter that kind of dynamism in their gameplay, definitely you also need to make sure you are as dynamic as possible. You want to be thinking on your foot. You want to be able to react to every single movement multiple steps ahead, just to give your team that edge. And you have to also make sure that your communication is tipped up and cannot be faulted in any direction you want to think about it. But as it stands right now, it's still quite early in the game, about 7 minutes in. Not much engagement right now, which is a real indication that, yeah, it's really, really, really a serious one, as majority of the teams are just trying to, slug it out for as long as possible. Definitely, as you said earlier on, Pachi, that is something that they will have to pay for towards the ending of the game when it gets really crazy and the team number starts dropping like the seconds right there. But we'd love to see how each one of these teams will stand the test of time and give themselves the best points possible in this match.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely right. These teams have sort of dropped the gloves at the moment. They got serious now. Generally speaking, if you see crazy action in the early game, it's a little bit of cheesing, some hot drops, maybe trying to catch some teams off guard. But right now, in the finals, in the grand finals, in the last day, these teams know what they're up against. They know what's going on, and there's no chance for cheesing. There's no chance for disrespect here. They're going to start things out totally serious, and definitely going to be playing this one as best as they can. And that, of course, means moving in, getting ready, prepping up, not taking any unnecessary risks, not throwing away the towel just yet, just making sure that the prep comes through, that everything is solid, that the rotations are solid, that the teamwork is solid. And that it has to be. At this point in time, it has to be. You don't have a choice. It has to be solid. Everything's got to be working like a well-oiled machine if you want a chance at making things work, if you want a chance at shooting for the top, especially if we're looking at the top teams that are really in contention for that. Because, I mean, we're talking about positions number 5 and 6 of that overall leaderboard with 61 points each. So very close in terms of score to the teams just above them. In 4th position, of course, 69 points. In 3rd position, 71. So very close in point score there. And then, of course, you have the Mad Knights, who are just a little bit of a realm apart from that, sitting up in 2nd position there with 91 points. And 4KT with 128 from what I can see, which is quite a considerable lead. I mean, that's quite a hefty chunk there to work with, and certainly will put them in good stead. And this is why we're talking about the Green Snakes so much, is because they definitely hold the keys here to that door, but they're the ones who want to walk through it. And the rest of these teams, they know what they have to do, especially if we're talking about those teams that I just mentioned there, the teams like Mad Knights, Team Unique, Apex, Lag, CTS. They're the teams that are really going to be looking at that playbook, looking at the strategies, going, okay, how do we approach this match? How do we get things done in the best way possible? Because you've got to be looking for fights. You want the points. Obviously, you're looking for the fights. You're looking for the kills. You want things to happen, but you can't take more risks than are necessary. If you put your feelers out and you're trying to look for another team and you start a bit of a skirmish and you lose one of your players, I mean, you've already lost so much weight in terms of the ability to actually play the game in the mid to late game phases. You lose a player and you're already weak, especially if the other teams have played super passive and super safe and they come in with a full squad. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to hang with them. And of course, it's not impossible, but you definitely want as much strength as you can get moving into the mid game and the late game, You want as many players on the board. You want as much as possible to really work with. You need that utility. You need the bullets. You need the guns. You need the high-level gear as much as possible. And you need all your players on the board. And that's really what these teams are currently focusing on. They want to keep their players together, keep the squad together, not take unnecessary risks, and not throw things early on. They don't want to just try and go, hey, look, there's a team over there. Let's go and fight them. Let's lose a player, because that's all but a guaranteed loss there. It's going to make things so much more difficult. And right now, these teams don't want that.
Yeah, definitely not what you want. You want to make sure you are at a major advantage considering any single situation you find yourself in. Possibly, you want to make sure you have that numbers advantage. You want to have the gun skills advantage. You want to have the, ELOPS advantage, throwables. You want to make sure everything is in tip-top position. Although, looking back at what we've seen in a couple of the games past, we've seen players, pull off amazing feats with the both action snipers in close range, like Mad Knight the Beast. I saw a couple of clips just now, and I was really, really amazed. He handled himself quite well. But yeah, apart from situations like that do not come too often, you want to make sure you put your best foot forward in every single fight that you might end up finding yourself. But as it still stands right now, it's zone 2. And I believe a lot of these teams are going to be, looking forward to see how they would be making their rotations to put their best foot forward, as I said, to position themselves in the best way possible, as well as, try and get as much information as possible. I've seen a couple of teams, pulling that information play right there. But like for instance, I saw Desert Flame earlier on having a couple of splits all around an area, more or less like setting an ambush, trying to create a pinpoint for anything that rotates around that position. Possibly they will be able to pick 1 or 2 kills from that one right there. So this kind of plays we see from the top teams right now in these finals of the Umzansi League, which is quite amazing that the teams out here in Africa has grown so much to this level. And yeah, it's really amazing, Pachi.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is. It is absolutely amazing to have watched these teams. And right now we have a bit of a tussle. BBC versus Blackjack Esports there. And looks like Phoenix getting run over by Kratos. That's a bit of a BM there. Getting in the vehicles and just squashing your opponents. That's the way to go. Now the ensuing fight happens. A bit of a skirmish going on here. BBC looking to try and recuperate after the initial attack there. Blackjack Esports reeling just a little bit, having lost one of their players already. Zane now trying to get out of the danger zone, recoup with the rest of the team. Going to be a bit tough. Nihal is down though, so he's going for that thirst and will be able to find it. Nihal gets taken out. That's a nice point in the back pocket. It's a kill secure, but the shots are coming back, and this is where the fight continues because Blackjack Esports are not going to peel away. They're going to try and go for a counter attack, and they're going to find it. Sunny goes down, and our BBC find themselves in a difficult position. For Luck has to come through with the defense there, try and get in as quickly as possible to try and get this team back up and running, as MG now going for Zane, trying to get him back up as well. A little bit of a regrouping coming in through there. The smoke's being utilized nicely. Reverb, though, coming in with a bit of Overwatch, has spotted the roving BBC player, and this might just be the final nail in the coffin for the last players of BBC, who are holed up inside that hut over there and trying desperately to stay alive. Smokes have been popped, so that's a lot of util usage straight off the bat. This is a serious fight, but Reverb has found that perfect angle. He's come in with the flank, and that's exactly what Blackjack Esports needed. It's exactly as I was saying. Nice. These guys are not ready to peel away. They want to come in for the counter attack, and they found it. Now Sunny back down in to the last, into a corner, juicing up as much as possible, getting the energy going to try and make this final stand here. Knows Reverb is up on the top of that hill, but can he fight back? This is tough.
Get the grenades out. Get the angle. Just bounce it off that angle. This is what I know African teams for. They are absolutely amazing with the grenades. Yep, said it. It's just going to find the angle, cook it for as long as possible, try to get that confirmation. Yeah, it's going to get it. That is it. Sonny might actually be able to hold his own against this full squad pushing up to him, but he's still got the zone to contend with right now, Pachi. And this is not a situation that they want to find themselves in. Both teams have lost, I believe, 2 players each, and this early into the game, about 14 minutes. Definitely not where you want to put yourself right now. BJE not looking too strong on that leader, but I believe they are on the second page, about 11th. They need every single point they can get right now, so I would expect them to just make that move around right there. But as it stands right now, Mad Knight is also getting into yet another fight right now with Inzimbi. Oh no, Inzimbi is not having a good day at all. This is the start of the match, and they're already getting taken out right there, Pachi.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate time here in Zimbi not having a good weekend at the moment. Things have been very, very difficult for them. So an unfortunate tussle ensuing over there. Of course, on your screen here, we do have Undisputed and of course, Lag here just across Berserk and Cacao over there holding up the one side of the compound. A pretty decent defense, although Yui S does not feel like pushing up right now. Pyrus heading at the front side, but not going to be doing anything crazy. For Luck, some nice nade work continuing to move forward, and that's actually Blackjack Esports eliminated. Another team that we were expecting a lot more from throughout the finals, and of course, now they find themselves in a bit of a tough spot, though. Certainly not a bad performance from them, but unfortunately, they will not have a great map one start. Things are getting a little bit off to a shaky start there for them, but it's not the end. We still have plenty of maps to go, so they do have some time to recuperate and get back into it. Of course, we've had some pretty good skirmishes so far. A really nice fight from BBC there. Some good retaliation, because I think it was BBC that started the fight, if I'm not mistaken, from what I saw in that kill feed. But they managed to bring it back after Blackjack Esports. Some serious problems for them. Of course, now we have 4KT in that kill feed there. Zero tolerance. The ones in their crosshairs. Of course, that blue zone doing what it does best, knocking those players out. Clutch coming through with that DP, doing some long range damage. Underrated Esports trying to create a defense around this particular area, although they are somewhat surrounded. Here's ZTS now pushing up on towards 4KT. This is the fight we were talking about. 4KT just absolutely ruthless, merciless fighting from them. ZTS losing all their players but one. Paradox the last one left, and he's turned tail and headed for the hills. No ways he's taking that fight.
Oh no, definitely not taking that kind of fight right there. Seeing your teammates getting decimated in a matter of seconds right there, the whatever is on your mind is like, I gotta stay alive, I gotta keep my team in this right there. You can see from that survivor status with 4KT still in the lead, all team members up alive with 4 points ahead. You can also see BBC has got 3 right now, but they just got 1 player alive right there, and that is definitely a tough one. But inside are looking quite strong as they are picking points as it goes right there. We're about to see Desert Flame get into yet another engagement right now, looking to get a couple of knocks left, right, and center. But 4KT is going to get 1 knock put into them. But I do know they are the reset masters right there. They would be able to get their resets on. But as it stands right now, will Underrated Esports be able to get themselves out of this one? This is a pinch, is a burger sandwich right now, getting shots from every single angle possible. The shots are drilling hard into his position, and definitely not what you want to have. We talked about this earlier on Patchy. That engagement they did not have earlier on is what is causing so much of this pressure from every single angle right now.
Yeah, I mean, the teams have done exactly what they wanted to do. They spared themselves the early game, and they were like, all right, cool, let's get ready. Let's get looted, get set up, and then let's fight. And that's exactly what they've done. They moved in. Now it's the mid game. We've been doing that for the last couple of minutes here, and that's exactly what's been happening. Fights have been ensuing. Teams have been eliminated. I mean, we just watched Unique getting taken out. I mean, these are some top teams that are performing really well. Unique is like position number 3 overall right now. They've gotten eliminated. We see ZTS getting eliminated, BBC getting eliminated. These are first page player teams right now. They're getting eliminated. They're just taken straight off. The fights are not going their way right now, but they certainly are going the way of some of these other teams. We've got 11 teams left on the board right now, 31 players, so some really big fights have happened already, and they are continuing to happen. 4KT under some serious fire. That's Desert Flame trying to put down the fire in towards 4KT, do some damage as much as they can, and it has worked pretty well so far. 4KT very low on HP's got to do a little bit of recuperation there for themselves. Some teams trying to come through out of that blue. Things are not happening well. Zeus getting taken down there, so they're a little bit on the back line, and Maestro finding some good shots, some health, trying to juice back up, but those nades are absolutely flying. This is a crazy mid-game. These teams are playing dead serious. They are utilizing their nades. They do not care. They are throwing those out like it's Christmas, sending the presents all the way across the field to their enemies and saying, hello, you can hold this one. And, well, it's not working out for some of these teams. They're not ready or prepared for this serious level of play.
Man, oh man, Fex is in a bit of a pinch. Kage right behind him. We've got DFE, the Flame boys, all looking towards his direction right now. He's cornered at this point. Let's see if Fex is going to pull a sexy Fexy right one right there. Will he be able to get out of this one? Smokes are in order right now. He's trying his best to survive. 4KT up to 5 kill points right there. 11 teams still up alive. How are they going to get out of this one? Just seems like the Flame wants to get out into the zone really quickly, which is also a smart decision, I must say. But at this time, Fexi has just got to stay right there and wait for them to get out of the way. This is a really tough point to be, but man, they've got high spin on him right now. I'm actually expecting Fexi to pull something really crazy right now, like just get up and start go Rambo or something. This is a tough point for 4KT right there. They are number one on the table definitely, but getting caught at the edge of the zone like this is definitely not what I believe they have planned earlier on. They had a really good game, pushing into the other team and taking them down, but unfortunately that ended with them in 11th position right now. But we've got Team Lag also with just one player left, and man, every single angle we've got players pinned on different corners right there. Well, the numbers in this map right now is still a lot, about 27 players in there, 9 teams still up alive right now, and I can see a lot of them still has a full squad. So yeah, would love to see going into that zone 6 how it's gonna be.
What on earth is happening right now, Viper? We got 4KT out, Unique out, Lag out, ZTS out, BBC out. I mean, these are first page players. They're getting eliminated. Now, Apex as well.
Too,
Apex is out. They're also first team. What is happening? Everyone else has decided to switch on, to turn up. They're like, yo, we're going to take that. I mean, Snare was joking with me back before we started this broadcast. He was like, 4KT, they're here. They're never going to give. This is going to be tough. It's impossible for these other teams. And here it is. 4KT have been eliminated already. These are the other teams duking it out now.
Well, I know 4KT, they've got a lot of different tricks in their bag. Definitely getting taken out from this first game. You would see them coming back to switch up, their strategies and possibly try to, bamboozle the rest of the teams. But it just seems like the rest of the teams also are pulling a rabbit out of their hat right now, saying, we got this. We are going to show you what we've made of. Even though we might not be able to get to that top position, but at least we are going to make you sweat today to at least know that, yeah, we are capable and we can actually push ourselves forward. But as stands right now, we still got 7 teams up alive. I even expected that the team numbers were going to drop a little bit faster, but it does seem like majority of the teams are still quite, holding their own quite solidly. Chaos King right out here just looking really, really strong as well with 4 players up, but nope, that's going to be a couple of knocks still coming through for them. They spread out the angles these teams are holding right now. In fact, the way the grenades are even being chucked in each one of these engagements, man, oh man, it's really, really interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely right. It has been quite an interesting first game so far. 7 teams now, 20 players left on this board here. And these players are going absolutely ham. Solo Esports in the grass, in the thick of things, crawling forward because they know it's chaos up ahead. They know it's craziness up ahead. Smoke wall has been deployed all around. Teams now creeping in to zone at number 6, moving towards 7. That is absolutely minuscule play zone right now for these teams, but they are going in and they have to. ZTS now been eliminated. It looks like DFE and Chaos is looking pretty strong right now. Trinity also actually fighting uphill, although Beast doing what he does best and just absolutely obliterating his opponents. Neil also getting taken down now. Trinity suffering some serious losses.
Don't do it.
Oh, Solo East, UG boy, he's going right up there. DFE, he's just going right up into their grill. He's like, hello there. Gonna go look for that angle. Nice! Finds it. Absolutely perfect there. And what a clap coming in from UG boy. A perfect push for Solo. Absolute aggression coming out. And those HP bars on DFE looking atrocious. Maestro trying to clap back here with those nades coming out. He finds it though, getting extra aggressive. Shotgun comes out. That's what he's looking for, but instantly clapped back. The support is there from the team, and DFE get taken out.
Man, he comes out blazing with that DPS like, I'm gonna go out firing out here. But that is some really, really amazing play right there from Solo Esports. They've been backed up against the wall and they're like, no, we can't die to this zone. We definitely gonna make that push up, and they are currently on the set right there. Mad Knight looking really, really strong right there with 10 kills on the points, and they've got right on the edge of the zone, just right outside Pochinki right now, and they have got eyes. They've got the high ground, and they are going to be unloading on every single player around them. But check this out, Solo Esports still forging forward. They've been on the edge of that zone. They've been clearing squads, moving forward. Now be a good time for them to find that reset, but don't get greedy trying to get your teammates up right there. Playboy, you might have to pay for that one. But yeah, definitely we are down to just 3 teams. Mad Knight with a full squad Chaos King with two up alive, but one is currently bleeding out, and it's a 4-2-2 right now. It's amazing. I think I might just give this to Mad Knight unless we see someone pull a beast right now.
I mean, when I was chatting with Snare in the back, I said to him, "Mad Knights team looking strong," and he was like, "4KT is here. There's no ways they're gonna get up. There's no ways they're gonna be able to pull off what's necessary." But I mean, here we are. We've got the Mad Knights. They've got a full squad. They're looking for a chicken dinner, and like you said, it's looking kind of easy peasy for them considering the numbers. It should be doable at the very least. Chaos Kings only with 2 solo esports now trying to recuperate from that very tough fight they had getting into the zone here. Now we are in zone number 7. The nades are flying, and well, it looks like Solo are not in a good spot, getting eliminated there on the one side, Chaos getting eliminated on the other side. Mad Knights, they're looking to open this day out with some wins, with some chickens, and I mean, the way it looks, this should be pretty easy. I mean, they're about to get an extra loot box here, looking nice and spicy. There is nothing wrong with their lineup right now. They're not letting anything slip. Chaos King's out, and now it's just Solo, and Ultinix is going down already. This should be the final few shots coming through, and it is. Playboy getting taken down.
Points.
Mad Knights. Yeah, I mean, and this is what we were talking about as well, because it was like, no way, it's 4KT, they're so far ahead. Are we going to wait 30 points? Boom, it's Mad Knights.
30 points, man. That is 30 points with a boatload of damage right there. 15 eliminations for their first game. It just seems like Mad Knight is trying to make a statement tonight. They are trying to reach out to the, Slime 4KT on the top of the list. Like, we are coming for that number 1 position. It's really amazing to see.
I did not believe. I had no faith. I thought Slime 4KT was just going to be all up in a way, but as y'all have excruciated me on the broadcast, indeed, I had underestimated everybody coming up underneath them. Mad Knights. Yeah, I should have seen this coming. After what the Beast was able to pull off with that clutch yesterday, it should have been very apparent that, they are not player to play anymore. This is serious business at this point. 30 points being dropped right now. The second highest tally being claimed by one team so far in the finals of the Umzansi Esports League Season 5. What a performance from them. But the best part about this, Patchy, is the fact that they get these points while Slime 4KT doesn't. Slime 4KT didn't get as many knocks as they wanted to. They're not going to really get that many placement points. So these 30 points, it's not just 30 points good for us. It also represents some pretty significant catch-up to the team that's sitting at number 1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite crazy, actually, because what we saw there is it's exactly as you've put it. 4KT got taken out really, really early. In fact, I think it was before top 10 they got taken out, which is quite insane considering we watched Mad Knights. The only team, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the only team on the first page that did not get just absolutely thrashed, which is crazy because I don't know if it was you or Viper who said that a lot of these teams know what they need to do, especially ones that are on the pivot points, the ones that are in, like, for instance, position number 9 or 10. They know what needs to be done. And they are doing it right now. They've just shown us that they are not messing around either. I mean, we've been talking about the skills and the strength coming in from teams like 4KT. But, I mean, we've just seen that the other teams on the second page are by no means any less good. I mean, they have just shown us that they are quite capable at taking out the best. They are quite capable at holding their own against just everyone here right now today. The skill levels are absolutely insane. And they're coming to fight today.
Absolutely. The skill level is not only extremely high here in the finals weekend of the Umzansi Esports League, but it's also extremely close. Just by dint of being here, you have to prove and demonstrate that you're one of the 16 best squads within Africa. So the fact that they're continuing to do so and demonstrate that even if we're on page number 2, we should not be counted out, might not become too surprising, but it's still amazing and phenomenal to watch. However, Viper, that does mean that for some reason, all the squads that were starting on the first page, your Slimes, your Team Uniques, your ZTSs, your Team Lags, all of them ended up falling very early on in this particular map of Erangel. What do you think happened that made them sort of slide back in their performances whilst the other squads were ascending with theirs?
Well, I wouldn't say they slid back, in whatever happened in this particular game. Because, trust me, they were doing their best to actually stay up alive and keep pushing forward. But, when you've got yet another team being pushed up against the wall and at the same time trying to achieve something really difficult, push themselves up that table, find you are kind of like in a comfort zone. You are already in that top position. You might not realize what is happening because someone coming behind is trying so hard to catch up at that point in time. And you're out there like, I'm already in front. Let me just jog a little bit keep myself in the race. And someone back there is probably throwing rocks at your heels, like, yo, out of the way, Joe. Just try to get you out of that way and push forward as hard as possible. Look at that play between Solo, Playboy right there, pushing up onto Desert Flame, jumping over that tractor real quick. That was an amazing play for me. That was the play of the match right there. He was able to decimate that squad, get the first knock, get the second knock. It was an absolutely amazing one. That's what happens when you have someone pushed, to the wall.
When people are pushed to the wall and they have their backs against that, they are capable of bringing out these kind of performances. We saw it from them. Solo Esports earned second place in this particular map as a result of those kind of plays, but they weren't the only ones that were doing phenomenal things here in the opening map of the evening. Of course, we have to take a look at who the MVP is from Erangel Part 1. Let's see if Patchy was correct. Ish! Patchy, what happened, bro? What is this? What am I
I'll
seeing
tell
here?
you what happened. I'll tell you what happened. What happened is we just saw all of the teams on the second page decide that they're not interested in seeing any of the top teams perform their best. I still stand by the fact that we're going to see the double digits elims coming through from the MVP at some stage today. It's going to happen. I mean, there's no ways these teams let it slip like that again. I definitely expect this game to have been a bit of a wake-up call for the likes of 4KT, for instance, for the likes of Knights, especially since, I mean, if you just watch all of your teams that you think are going to be the threats just get dunked on before the top 10, then you know something's going on. It's like, hold up. The teams that I thought I was going to be playing against, the teams that I thought were going to have to be dealt with, have already been dealt with, and now I'm staring down the barrel of all the rest of the other teams, and I don't know what's going on. So hopefully they're like, okay, let's take a step back. Let's try and get in here for Sanhok, and hopefully by the time we get to Erangel again, we will be a little bit more warmed up and ready to go. Because if that's not the case, we're about to see a lot of teams change their positions quite radically.
I mean, chaos was happening on Erangel, let alone what could happen on Sanhok, which is normally where we see this kind of massive shuffle happening in terms of how the teams have performed. Of course, the team performances, we'll have to see exactly how many points each squad was allocated at the very end of proceedings. But while we're doing that, Viper, Patchy makes a very good point, right? That when you come into, especially the finals day, you mentioned it earlier that all the teams are looking at the leaderboard, looking at where they are, exactly how many points they need to try and elevate themselves higher and higher. But they're also looking at the teams that are above them, thinking those are the squads we need to beat, those are the squads we need to study, understand, and have a plan to deal with. But if all of those squads are gone, you actually don't have a plan because you're like, well, you haven't done, there's only X amount of hours in the day, right? You don't have enough time to prepare for absolutely everybody. So when these kind of changes do happen, it does mean that the squads that have prepared the most actually find themselves having the biggest disadvantage when things don't go according to plan.
To an extent, I agree with you, but at the same time, you would need to put into consideration that this PUBG is actually a game of RNG, as well as it's a game of, in as much as you need the skill, you need the law, you need the, the communication and everything to work well. There's also a bit of luck involved as well. Sometimes when the zone decides to pop away from you, and a lot of other factors that you cannot really account for during training, but you can always put your best foot forward, to position yourself in the best way possible. But so yeah, when you find yourself in these kind of situations, things might not work as well as you've trained for you. So we might have teams out here that have not even put as much into this. I just want to breeze through, make sure they just keep themselves in that top position that they fought for since the beginning of this finals right there, and things are just just rolling in place for them as it stands.
Well, all of these squads have been fighting for the last couple of days, and of course, this is going to be the points tally here, page number 1 from Erangel Part 1. Page 2 is where things get really, really interesting because, of course, we know that Mad Knights got themselves at 30 points. Things were close in second place, 18 points there. Relay Insider did decently. Here on page number 2, though, the pickings are very, very slim here, Patchy. 3 points for Team Apex. Team Lag got 2. ZTS 2. Blackjack Esports, the squad is still not really being able to perform in the finals weekend. Only 1 point picked up on this map of Erangel. Given how few maps remain, I feel like if you're a squad like Team Unique, Team Lag, maybe you're like, all right, we didn't have a great day on this Erangel. It is what it is. We'll figure it out on Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel. There's still enough confidence based on their prior performances heading into the next maps. But if you're a squad like Blackjack, an underrated esports, for example, or worse yet, a team in Zimbi, how on earth do you find it within you to still remain confident, given that you've been having very subpar results the last 2 days? It's been a very subpar beginning of the final day. What do you do to try and make sure that you don't continue this trend for the final 3 maps of the competition?
Well, I mean, one of the things that you can keep in mind is that if you're heading towards the bottom, then at least the only way to go is up. And I mean, on that front, you can always go, all right, well, we can always just do better. We can always just try and get in as many points as we can here for the rest of the games. As we head into the overalls, we're going to see what these teams are actually thinking about, because that's what's happening. I mean, if you're sliding down that leaderboard, if you're not finding the points you want, at least you can say, all right, okay, let's try and get back into this. Let's try and find things for ourselves. I mean, right now, Solo Esports have done a really good job of that. They've gone, okay, we're on the second page. That means we can move up. And then they dropped a bunch of points, and now they've come all the way up. And now they're here in position number 5. And this is how things go. I mean, this is how you can improve. So, I mean, it just takes one good game. And I think that's what these teams need to keep in mind, saying, okay, cool, we're not finding what we're looking for in map number 1. There's still 3 maps to go. If we can do something here on these 3 maps, and it doesn't have to be a one-shot wonder version of, let's get 30 points on this map and then 30 points on the next map. I mean, if you're getting consistently decent points on all 3 of the rest of the maps, then you could very easily move yourself up the leaderboard. And I'm not saying you're going to dethrone 4KT right now, but you're definitely going to improve your positioning. It's going to make you feel a lot better just to be on that first page, and of course get the rewards associated with it.
I mean, here on this first page, though, you're mentioning squads that need just consistent performances to get themselves higher and higher. If Slime 4KT Viper have another poor performance and Mad Knights have even a just decent normal game for themselves, suddenly number 1 and number 2 are actually going to find themselves being swapped around. Slime 4KT obviously came into this one not anticipating anybody to be able to catch up this quickly, but I'm not sure they were expecting to only get 6 points while Mad Knights found themselves with 30. So with only 13 points separating them between number 1 and number 2, it does look like it's going to be a 2-horse race this evening, unless we also have every other squad underneath them dropping phenomenal bombs each individual map. But talk to me about this. Where do things stand in terms of the power ranking? From what you saw in this matchup, does Mad Knight have what it takes to overtake Slime 4KT? Or do you think Slime 4KT is going to be making the climb back and earn themselves the number 1 spot securely after Sanhok?
But it's a really nice way to frame that question right there. But one thing I'm gonna say is you need to compare both teams right there, just as it stands on that overall ranking right now. You would see we've got Slime 4KT, we've got Mad Knight, both with 9 matches. None of them missed a match, and they both have 2 winner chickens dinners right there. But if you look at in terms of elimination, Slime 4KT is still rocking strong. But it does seem like Mad Knight has perfected that act of staying up alive, getting those placement points. But at the same time, we could see in the first game from today that Mad Knight was able to actually pull off a boatload of kills. That's about 15 kills right there, which means they might be able to actually do it again. Hopefully we will see them popping off in Sanhok right there. But I believe 4KT seeing this, knowing there's a team trying to catch up onto their position as it stands right now, will also double up and try to just clutch on and keep on to their first position. Actually, they were having quite a nice time in Erangel until that happened when they got caught off on the edge of that zone. Fexi was picking up a boatload of kills right there. They were just, taking out about 5 players already, and it was looking quite good for them. But yeah, as it stands right now, we are going to be seeing that major altercation right there between Mad Knight and Slime 4KT. I would actually like to see somewhere along the line both teams, facing off 4v4. In that particular map, probably Sanhok or probably Miramar, or down the line, or even multiple times, and see which of these teams is going to be coming out right on top.
In my dream scenario, they face off on the final map with like 1 point separating them. All 4 are already onto the lost zone. That would be like the dream scenario to close out the season. However, they still have to first get themselves into those kind of positions. Of course, we still have to discuss these other squads that are involved in our finals weekend. Rilla Insider climbing up to 9th place right now from their performance here. Very decent showing on Erangel. Chaos Kings also rising a little bit from the ashes, but BBC, Team EFX, Blackjack Esports squads that we have discussed in a little bit of detail find themselves falling further down the card. Before we get into Sanhok here, we are going to be giving the squads an opportunity to get themselves ready, to prepare, breathe, and ensure that they have their heads as fully in the game as humanly possible, given that there's only 3 maps left, 3 opportunities remain to try get to the number 1 slot and take away those $3,680 and the crown of being the best within Africa. With that, we're going to be taking a short break, and when we return, map number 2 of the final day here in the Umzansi Esports League. You certainly do not want to miss it. I'm Snare, and I'm going to be joined by Patchy and Viper, and we'll return very shortly for some more incredible PUBG Mobile action. Welcome back, one and all, here to Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League, the final day of competition, as we now are deep into the PUBG mobile side of things, trying to figure out who's going to be ascending to the top of the pile to claim the championship of Season 5. Right now, we've just seen Mad Knights do a madness on Erangel part 1 of the evening. The question I have for you here, Viper, usually, and this has always held true, the team that does well on Erangel does awfully on Sanhok. Is that going to be happening here today? Do Mad Knights have a bit of an uphill climb if they want to try and keep this train of momentum going for themselves?
Well, Mad Knights, they've always had a track record of performing quite well in Sanhok, so I would say probably their track record is going to trump the usual of whatever happens from Erangel to Sanhok. So hopefully we're going to be seeing them. I'm kind of rooting for them today, hoping that they do quite well. I know they're going to finish in that top first page, but I would love them to bring in that heat right there. I think they are currently the defending champion, if I'm right, and yeah, let's see if they can do it again.
Patchy, before we get into this one on Sanhok, I need a prediction from you, my friend. How many zones are we going to be getting at the very end of this, and how many squads will be in contention at the very end?
Oof, I can definitely see at least 5 zones, maybe 6. How many squads are we gonna get? Oh, I'd like to see like 4 squads get in there, but something tells me we're just going to be seeing a little bit of chaos here today.
That's music to my ears. Chaos on Sanhok, the most chaotic map? Say less, my friend. In fact, well, I'm going to say less. You say more, because we are about to get into the game right now. We have the second map of the evening here on Sanhok. It is the PUBG Mobile Finals in the Umzansi Esports League, and we have Patchy and Viper on the mic once more. Take it away, gentlemen, and I'll talk to you afterwards.
Thank you, Snare. Let us do this. Let us get into the game. Let us drop down straight onto this map. Nice and small at Sanhok. And it's map number 2 that we are getting ourselves into. And we're getting into the thick of things as well. We saw how the teams handled things right off on map number 1. They didn't really want to get all too involved early on. They got themselves looted. They got themselves ready. And then the mid-game came around and it was just fights, fights, fights. And it was very much a whole lot of dethroning fights happening going on there. Lots of first-page teams getting knocked out very early. Now, if what Snare said holds true here, and the teams that do well on Erangel do badly on Sanhok, and the teams that do badly do better here on Sanhok, are we going to see first-page teams actually win it this time?
Maybe. Maybe we will see, maybe we won't see. Only time will tell right there, Patchy. But as it stands right now, majority of the teams are just properly well landed. And look at Trinity Gaming, though. They might be landing right at the center of the guys from Team Lag. So that might just be the first point of engagement we might see in this game right now.
Yeah, could certainly be. I'll take a look and see exactly how this is gonna pan out. Of course, these teams have done exactly the same thing as they did on map number 1. I mean, look at this. Every single team has just spread out and made sure that there is an appropriate distance between them and the next team. I mean, this is like proper, social distancing going on here. These teams, they don't want to get in here at all. They don't want to come close. They're just like, no, it's fine. You take your section. I'll take my section. You stand over there. I'll stand over here. We'll get the loot. We'll get everything ready, and then we'll fight a little bit later. Okay? All right, cool. And that's exactly what they're doing here. We got Neil slowly creeping up. He's like, I'm here. I don't want to fight. Just stay there. I'll get my stuff and leave. And right now, nothing crazy. All the teams here, all the players up. Everyone is cautious, and they're just getting ready.
Yeah. I think that social distancing thinking might actually not work too well right now for Team Lag, unless they find a way to get back together as quickly as possible. But because we might be having an overload of a 3-1 right there from Trinity Gaming onto Fantasy all alone right now. Even though Trinity Gaming is trying to be as stealthy as possible, you could see them just not making too much of sounds, not making too much of movement, possibly to open that Fantasy would just get into that ambush as unawares as possible. But we'd love to see how that one is going to be playing out, as the rest of Team Lag is just, looting in different positions right there. And man, oh man, I would love to see how this game goes, because I believe with that first map I saw, we are going to be seeing a lot of engagement starting from about zone 3, zone 4 today.
Yeah, it could certainly be the case. And his fantasy going at it, not going to be able to win the fight though. HP just not working for him. Zinc going to find that final kill there onto fantasy. So a nice point in the pocket of Trinity. And, well, it's another bad start here for Lag. Certainly not what they were looking for.
Yep.
A bit unfortunate as well.
Yep. I said it that distance in between them was quite unfortunate, because, one thing I would say is, at the same time, Trinity Gaming landed a bit late, so Lag Fantasy did not see them coming. So he had absolutely no idea that someone else landed with him, and it was just just moving through buildings and trying to get the loot. But Trinity Gaming, they saw them landing and they were like, "You guys, let's take this slow." But at this point in time, I would believe Trinity Gaming should keep their head on a swivel, try to make sure that the rest of Lag Esports is not trying to set up an ambush for them around these parts, because, yeah, definitely, if that has happened to my team, I would be coming for revenge.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely could be the case here, and we do see Trinity Gaming so far not particularly surrounded or being pushed anywhere, so they should be okay for the time being. But for the rest of Lag, though, they're not going to be too happy about losing a player early on. A little bit unfortunate, but there it is. We are going to be seeing what is happening here so far, and I mean, this is the Chaos map, and so far we have seen anything but chaos. We've really just been seeing preparation happening, some proper preparation. Of course, it is zone 1 and 2 moving in, but I mean, at this stage of the game, like, we just expect continued prep. There's nothing going on. There's nothing to suggest that these teams are gearing up to do anything crazy. They're like, nope, we're going to play this the same way. We're going to play this slow and smart as possible. Of course, on a map like Sanhok, you can't play it slow forever, and it certainly will start to speed up as things go on. But you can definitely slow this map down. And this is something that I pointed out a little bit earlier on as we were talking through this in the season. You can slow this map down quite a bit. Especially if you're playing with this kind of attitude in mind. I mean, this is it. You get in, you loot up, you create distance, and that's actually the big challenge of a map like Sanhok. It's creating the space and creating the distance and really creating the time for your teams to do things. And this is what they're doing. They're looting up, they're getting themselves ready. No one's overextending. No one's getting up in each other's grill. And that's exactly the only difference, of course, being the one exception that we with one player from Lag, just in an unfortunate position. But I mean, it's not like he was going to look for the fight. So really, we've just got these teams keeping themselves apart, keeping themselves busy up, and basically putting all of their chips in the bag of mid-game and late game. They're like, we don't want to chance anything in the early game. And I mean, this is something we talk about a lot. I mean, you've pointed it out yourself, Viper, that sometimes, in fact, all the time, this is a game of RNG. You know, you've got a lot of chaotic elements at play in this game, things that you can't necessarily control. But you know, from what I understand and from the way I like to approach the game, I like to think that there is definitely a certain amount of control that you can exert on the game. And so, you know, you can't control where the zone is going to drop. You can't control where the zone is going to go. You can't control the flight path or the loot, things like that. But what you can control is where you decide to rotate. You can control how you take a fight, your strategical approach to things, the tactics that you're going to employ. And I mean, if we're talking about that, you know, you want to be able to try and do that as far as possible to make the game shift in your favor. And when you put all your chips in the bag of mid game and in the bag of late game, you throw away all the potential of the early game, and that really does start to show and start to demonstrate things that are happening, because now you've got teams encountering one another that usually would not be encountering one another in the game. I mean, usually you see the early fights happening, those early skirmishes, and a couple of teams get knocked out. And then you move into the mid game and you move into the late game and things pan out from there, and we get our teams. Now, we've got a bit of a different story. Now everyone's staying alive. Everyone's playing slow. Everyone's playing smart and looting up and not getting into anything too quickly. And that means you've just got everyone on the board moving into the mid game, and suddenly you've just got all of these teams right up in each other's faces, right up in each other's business, competing for the ultimate win, and that's when you get the chaos. And I think Sanhok, when you do that, it just builds even more.
Oh no. You see what is about to happen right now? This is BJE underrated about to go up against each other. Drip is just going to be waiting around that corner, but no. Definitely good job from Drip. He was able to get two knocks in quick succession, but unfortunately, the numbers is definitely working in the favor of Blackjack Esports, and MG already moving up forward. Look at that beautiful Molotov, man. I love when players come in with, big IQ plays. He didn't go in gun blazing. He made sure he found the angle and hit them where he ought to right there. I think BJE is in a tough spot right now with just one player left over like this. Is not what they want, but Zin! Oof. See what happens. This is one of the things that happens when you try early engagement right there. At least, yeah, Patchy, see, come on.
That's disgusting right there. I'm telling you, that is just. I mean, you've got Blackjack up here. They think they find some tempo. They think they've got a really nice push. They're like, okay, we've got an isolated player. We can try and get them, hit them with all of our players, hammer them hard, hammer them home immediately. Let's do this. They get in there, and immediately we've got Drip finding some serious power in that corner. He was totally prepared, totally ready, and he was able to find some really good knocks. Wait out the time. Now, of course, Blackjack Esports were like, all right, cool, we can still push this. We still have the numbers. We can go in for this. That he can't survive all of our guns. And then you just have the rest of the team pitching up like, hold on a second. The rest of Underrated still here. Molotov comes in, an absolutely beautiful Molotov, mind you. Just perfectly placed. Brilliantly played. And then they're like, all right, cool, we'll just collect those kills, pop that in the pocket. Now they're up 4 points and feeling pretty good about it too.
At this point, trading one for four kill points might not be too much of a bad idea right now.
Yeah, I mean,
picking those 4 early kill points will do a lot for them as well. They just need to, walk through whatever the process is right now and try to stay up alive and pick up 1, 2, 3, 4 more kills along the way, and definitely will be looking good for them. But as it stands right now, it just seems like Trinity Gaming is continuing their onslaught onto the guys from Team Lagers. Yet another player has been spotted, and it is going to be Bizarre, and has been knocked and possibly taken out of the game right there. We are still with 15 teams up alive right now, and man, what is Kakao doing out in the zone? Possibly he is looking for a way to set an ambush. Oh, I said something about this earlier on that if I were to be TG, I would be careful right there because Lag might be looking for revenge. It seems like they are looking for revenge, but they are losing their numbers. Maybe now would be a good time to think about just surviving.
Yeah, definitely getting caught in the blue zone, not what you want to be doing on a map like Sanhok. It can be a bit problematic to get caught up in there. So if you're tactically delaying your rotations, you might want to give them a couple of second thoughts. You can see Kakao just bunny hopping all the way in here, getting himself into zone, healing on up, and maybe just skirting the edges of this compound here. In the meantime, we do have some fights happening between DFE and ZTS, so a little bit of battling going on there. DFE looking to move their way up that leaderboard after map 1's performance. They want to get a little bit more and see what they can do moving in here to Sanhok, which is definitely an opportunity to find a whole lot more points. Trinity, having consolidated their team, are now starting to branch out once again. See what's going on there. Ooh, ZTS here now up against DFE. We've got BBC turning their crosshairs towards one there from Lag, who is just trying to find a little bit of safety, gets behind the rock in time, but it's very much isolated from the rest of the team.
Game, that isolation from the beginning of the game, definitely not what Team Lux wants. I mentioned it at one point that the way they landed, they had quite a space amongst them, and if you're gonna do something like that, you have to be a lot, sure that there are no other teams coming around you, and even if there are going to be other teams landing close to you, then you have to be able to come back together, get that reset really quickly, pushing on that team and make sure you get it done as soon as possible. But unfortunately, it does seems like Lag Esports is going to be playing one player at a time in this particular game, and I would love to see how that is going to work out for them. I've seen certain teams in the past, try to pull off something like that, but I have not seen any team pull it off successfully. Maybe Lag Esports, after losing 2 players right now, will be able to pull yet. Kakao goes down. Man, not looking too good for Laggies. But I think they are down to just one player right now. And man, this is definitely not what they want. Chaos King on the other and just cruising out in this compound, just holding it down while the zone is going to be slowly but surely creeping in for that zone 3 as we're about 14 minutes into this game, looking to get some more action as we go down the lane, Pachi.
Yes, indeed. Just looking to get things started here. We want to see the craziness of Sanhok explode, but these teams, they're denying us, they're teasing us here, they're not letting us get the action, they're not letting us see the craziness that we expect here of Sanhok. They're playing it slow, playing it measured, and this response is certainly definitely agonizing a little bit to watch, because we want something to happen. We've got to just wait for that drop, that pin drop, that hat drop, the thing that's going to tell us this is where the craziness starts. This is where the Sanhok really starts for real. And we have yet to see that moment. We are 3 zones in at the moment, and I said we're going to see 5 or 6 zones here, definitely looking a lot more likely that we might even just go further than that, even depending on how long these teams decide they want to stay alive. I think in the next couple of zones, we're going to start to see things starting to happen, though. I think as we move into the mid-game, we'll see a lot more action starting to come through as the teams do rotate further and further into the zone, keeping themselves in safety. Obviously, as I mentioned, you don't really want to get caught out on the rotate in the blue, and so you've got to keep moving, which does mean that you do have to expose yourself at some point or another to try and make sure that you are positioned correctly. So there's a little bit of play that could be created here as we move into the mid game. But until then, we really just have this slow, measured plays, Viper.
Yeah, really, really slow. I've seen Inzimbi just sitting out here since Underrated Esports tried engaging got into that engagement with Blackjack Esports, and they've just been waiting. I would have expected them to, make a move on immediately that fight started, get that third party on, live up to the name of the third party map right there. But hey, it seems like they are just beating their time. I'm waiting for their prime opportunity to happen, which I don't know when that's going to be happening. But as it stands right now, it seems like ZTS is picking up a couple of kill points left, right, and center right there. They are up by 2 points right now. Still full squad up alive, but Underrated Esports, after taking BJE out, still have that full 4 kill points right there, but they lost one player in that altercation right there. And as it stands, Mad Knight, are you seeing this? Pachi, does seems like Mad Knight is also making themselves known as Lag Esports, the team Lag 19. The man is actually, popping off as what this solo player has been able to find yet another player and pop off right real quick. Pachi, I'm actually, I want to see what is going on with Mad Knight right now.
Yep, I am right with you there. It'd be interesting to see what is going on in that camp, because right now Mad Knight's doing something, and as you can see on their survival state, is looking pretty good, looking pretty strong. They got some points in the pocket, or one specific point in the pocket. Still got all their players on the board as well, and they're looking to find a few more, looking to find a little bit more in their favor, which could be great for them. All of these teams, I mean, just look at that. Look at these survival stats.
Mm-hmm.
It's nuts. They're all alive. Everyone's still here. The teams are looking really strong. I mean, you can see towards the bottom, a couple of teams have lost some of their players. UES, TG, Insiders, DFE, Chaos, Lag. But the rest of the teams, happy. I mean, EFX and Zimbi, Solo, BBC, Apex, Unique, 4KT, Mad Knight, TTS. Everyone's got their players on here, and they are going absolutely nuts. Their ammo finding another kill, so that's 2 points or 3 points now for Mad Knights. Looking very nice for them. And I hope that this is the beginning of the real Sanhok match. I think as we move into zone number 4, we're going to start to see more fights breaking out here.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be looking out to see those fights right there. I think it's about to even happen right now. We can see Solo Esports and Team Unique. He's going to be in a bit of an altercation as Team Unique is just down by the buildings right there. And Solo Esports has got to fight against this zone, as well as they're going to be moving forward straight into the hands of ZTS that is currently getting dealt with right there by EFX Mercury. But they've got to keep pushing up forward right also in front of them. We've got to have Insider, but no, Yuji Boy gets on top of that roof, finds that high point, and makes it work for him. But that grenade, look at that connection right there. A quick succession from Ansley. Beautiful work right there from Ansley. But no, it turns out that is a 3-piece right there from Ansley. This man
That's disgusting.
is tearing through Solo Esports right now. Solo Esports did have a really good game last match, I believe, but unfortunately it does seems like it's not going their direction, as it's just one player, trying to hold it up together right now for them possibly try to get that reset. But Ansley is on the move, looking to get them. But it's not gonna happen. That reset might just happen. Ansley right now knows there's multiple teams down here on the other side of the road, and he needs to get himself inside that zone. A lot of teams right now all clustered up in this paradise in this bootcamp region, and love to see how this one is going to be turning out, Pachi.
Absolutely crazy to see Hansley do that. Certainly teaching us how to isolate those fights really well, perfectly dealing with all of the angles and doing so much damage in the process. Now, of course, camera moves over to ZTS, down for the count. Skydo not able to get backed up. Vortex trying to stay alive here, trying to recoup there with Skidu, but that blue zone making things very, very difficult. 4 zones deep now, heading in towards number 5. We are about 20 minutes into the game. Vortex not able to find the one player on the back there, has to stay behind this rock, and the eliminations just rolling in for some of these teams right now. Happy to capitalize. UES, they've got 4 points in the pocket at the moment. Very, very nice for them. And you can see that the fights are definitely starting to pick up, especially with the rotates, especially with the gatekeeping that could come in. Vortex now under siege by all of the solo players who have just barely managed to stay alive here after their absolute slaughterfest that was earlier, but Vortex catches them off guard. They're not ready for it. It is going to be a shot coming in. ZTS does get eliminated by a third party there, but man, oh man. I mean, the Solo Esports now running into one obstacle after another, not making it easy for them at all.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not looking easy for a lot of these teams sitting out right now inside the zone. This is one of the other things that I always, advise teams against right there. If you're going to make your rotations, make it real quick, make them real fast, respond to that zone, anticipate the zone as quickly as possible, because a lot of these teams out here, like inside us right now, Team Unique, are fighting hard against the enemy teams in front of them, as well as the zone, because this zone is dealing a whole lot of damage, even though it's Sanhok zone. But yeah, look at this. This man is down to just one first aid, and he needs to find his way inside as well. He knows this, we know this, and you can see him on his hill right now. I'm quite exposed that there might be a couple of players up on that hill just looking down to rain some damage down towards him. But in Zimbi, also you can see them going up against BBC right now, possibly exchanging a couple of knocks. Left, right, and center Team Apex. Oh, finally seeing the guys from 4KT right in front, the Green Snakes. We've not really seen them in this match. I've seen them do this a lot of times. Oh, look at this, bro! Patchy!
Zeke, knock, hello, goodbye. Taking out 2 players for free. That's a quick cash in for the Rilla Insiders. Even though they've lost 2 of their players, they're going to gain 2 kills at least. So, I mean, these teams are really out here just pocketing things and really capitalizing on the openings that they see. Solo Esports actually getting taken out there, having a great map 1, having a bad map 2. That's how it goes. It's the tried and true method. That is what happens. That is how this pans out. You have good map 1 on Erangel, then you're going to have a bad map on Sanhok, and that's what is going on right now for these teams. And Zimbi coming through with the knock, but instantly going to get clapped back by the third party now. UES coming in, BBC getting taken down, but UES will find the knocks, will find the shots for KT now, going up against Mad Knights. One does drop. Things are not going well for Nzimbi either. Apex going up against EFX. Shots coming through. Hainsley doing what he does best, being an absolute menace. Nico getting taken down. Kill feed going absolutely haywire. This is what we expected. We are 6 zones deep, so Patchy's conditions have been cleared. This is it. We're already 6 zones deep, and I said we might see more, and it looks like we will as we head on in. Top 10 teams here on our map of Sanhok, and still plenty of chaos to come.
Yeah, a lot of chaos just waiting to happen. In fact, already happening right there. Can see Mad Knights not having a good day. I think they've just got 1 player left, or they might actually be out already, but I don't think so. But yeah, we've got Slime 4KT also looking quite strong. They've lost 1 player or 2 along the way, but Team Apex is still right in this one, looking to make their way into the zone right there. Oh, yeah, this is what you love to see. Love to see. This is zone 6, 23 minutes down into this game, and man, the zone is also picking up a whole lot of kills right now. We can see players dropping left, right, and center to that zone, as Team Unique is going to be be sort of like a stumbling block onto Team Apex trying to make their way into the zone, but you can see them slowly but surely creeping up right behind them. Hopefully they could catch a couple of them unawares right there. Andrew staying behind. Are we going to be seeing that ill strat already right now? Love to see how that one's been playing out. But honestly, this man has been absolutely phenomenal to me. Let's see how he's going to be handling this one. But that is not going to happen as yes, sir, comes through the corner and drops in through that little orifice right there, pushing forward, looking to get a couple more hits into that one. But Cage finds the angle, gives him a couple of warning shots. That grenade being cooked could just change the direction of the game real quick. How is this going to end up between Apex and the guys from Team Unique? Apache.
That's it. Apex start moving in, but they have been shut down. They have been punished. It's Keish finding those 2 knocks, quick pocketed kills. There's 7 defeats for Team Unique. Absolutely great performance here on map number 2 with a bit of a shaky start on map number 1. They have come back swinging here in Sanhok as is expected, juicing himself back up. Now Keish got to deal with this situation. Ainsley as well, quite happy to be here. Trinity Gaming getting eliminated, leaving us with 6 teams now, 9 players left on the board, 7 zones deep. It is looking absolutely tight. I mean, these teams have no room to maneuver. This is the Sanhok we were waiting for, but man, it took a long time to come online. It took a long time to get to this position, but now the teams have been knocked, the pieces have fallen, the dominoes have been collapsed, and now we're going to see which of these teams is going to make it. Right now, 4KT got some players to work with, although Team Unique looking like they're in a very, very strong position. Lots of teams just waiting out in that blue zone, hoping that they can find some kind of a leg up. And we got 6 teams, but only 3 of them are in the immediate zone.
Yeah. Only 3 are in the zone right now. I can see the remaining 3 currently just having that heal up. I think 4KT is even having some sort of heal up of their own. As you can see, both players they've got alive is also out in the zone, just healing it up right now, and possibly a couple of meds down the line. Mad Knight also has got that heal up going up. Team Unique seems to be the only team down inside this zone and is holding it strong. I think they want to get this one. I believe they've actually been playing quite well. They've missed a game, I believe, down the line, but they are still in that top position. Real quick, I would love to see how this one is going to be playing out. They are down to they've got that 17 kills and they are looking quite strong on this one. Team Unique on the wheels of steels right now. How is this going to go down? They've got 3 players up alive and Slime 4KT. Are they out of the meds yet? Oh, that is going to be 5 already down. How is this going to play out real quick? Every other team right now is bleeding out outside the zone and trying to heal up right there as 5 gets taken down. Ice Savage is still going strong with those meds, bro. How is this one? There's a solo player somewhere really close to. Oh, look at this dude. Look at Chaos King. He's just there, Pachi.
Yeah, he's in the grass. He's snaking it out. He's ready to claim that 2nd place, or maybe even try a cheeky shot in towards these Unique players for that 1st position, although HP looking very low. Is he going to get found out? Yes, he will be, and he will be taken down as well. Tricks trying to pull some spicy tricks, is not going to be able to find what he was looking for there, but does find at least a high-end position. Right now, though, Team Unique, the only players in zone, they have eliminated all the competition, and they are now waiting for the rest of the crew to die out. And there goes the one, there goes the other. Winner, chicken dinner for Team Unique, and a stellar performance to back it up. And, of course, Ainsley doing some absolutely great work there. Yeah, even though Team Unique only packing a total of 8 eliminations there, certainly doing quite a considerable amount of work on the map today. And also a lot of a slower start to Sanhok than we're used to.
Yeah.
Yep. Great game from Team Unique. They grabbed themselves the winner chicken dinner at the end. A much more considered affair here on Sanhok. I don't know if you gentlemen remember, but there was a point in, like, I think between weeks 3 and 6, I want to say, of the normal league portion of the Umzansi Esports League, where Sanhok, for some reason, was the map that took the longest, where everyone was extremely slow, playing very patiently. And we got to see that for a while on this iteration of Sanhok on the final day. The last time we're going to be having this map in Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League. And it was slow at the beginning, but when the action started, Viper, my God, it never stopped. Every single squad was involved in a massive mix. There was a term we coined yesterday where we didn't necessarily see third parties. We just saw raves and discos everywhere because everyone is like, oh, we're going to fight at the same time right now. Let's go.
Yeah, definitely. You see that happening. You could see a couple of knocks going down, and multiple teams just picking up each other's knocks. Just picking up those kills from other teams. Right there, this is what you see in a very, very chaotic final circle. Right there, because every single person is trying to outlive the last one. But it's amazing to see that we had so many teams just sitting outside the zone. We had about 6 teams up alive, and there was 3 of them just sitting outside that zone, just healing up. Frantically like. Just trying to get it up like, no, I'm going to get to that second place. This second place is mine right there. We even had Slime 4KT right on the edge of that zone, but they know they have been pinned. There is no way out of this one. We just going to keep this second place. And Mad Knight as well, just pushing forward hard as well to just keep themselves right on the edge and up on that leaderboard.
I mean, it's very understandable why so many of these squads were just angling towards that second place finish, even if they couldn't guarantee this winner chicken dinner. Given what the standings looked like before we came into Sanhok here at Patchy, it was extremely close. Very close between Slime 4KT and Mad Knight at the very top of things, and then positions like 2 through 8 very close as well. So it could legitimately be the case that by the time we get to Erangel Part 2 and we finish the night, these 1 or 2 points, the difference between coming 4th or 5th, that could actually be the difference between coming 4th or 5th overall, and not just on one solitary map.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, we were looking at very closely the dynamic between 4KT and Mad Knights. They were looking at the top there, but we also got to look at the teams that are fighting out for the spots below that. And now it's sort of a contention of, okay, they're not just fighting for the spots below that. We're fighting for everything. Teams on the second page fighting for the first. Teams at the bottom of the first fighting for the rest of the slots up. They're just absolutely hammering it home, and it is a tussle. I mean, these guys are not giving it up for free. I mean, they could have just sat back and gone, we're on the second page. We're super low. It's never going to happen. No, sir. They are here to play, and they are giving it absolute hell. Those teams at the top are not finding this easy. They're not having a breezy time. It is a fight to the finish, and whoever manages to come out on top of this one has absolutely earned it, and whoever has come out on the first page has absolutely earned it, because these fights, they are difficult.
It's so difficult right now. In the finals for a reason. Nobody gets this for free. And despite the performances we've seen from so many of these squads on day 1 and 2 of the finals, day 3 is a different beast altogether, and everybody is leveling up. I think what probably ended up happening, Viper, is some of these squads that were on the second page, the coach was on the phone, not just saying, hey guys, you can level up, you can do this, you know your strategies. The coach is like, yo, y'all owe me money. Go earn it. Make more. I need to get paid right now.
Like, these bees aren't gonna pay themselves, yo. You gotta get in there and win me some money right now, yo.
I want Viper as a coach. That he makes a good coach.
Viper's like, what's happening? So speaking about coaching and just the conversation that happens outside of the game here, Viper, that's one of the things about PUBG Mobile and just modern esports in general. It's no longer just confined to the players that are within the game itself. There's a lot more of an infrastructure now that's being built up around our scene. And as a result, there's a lot more voices that speak into you right now, especially when you are in dangerous situations. Talk to us about this, right? When you are down to this final day, when you have no more second opportunities, is there still space for a final coaching session to come out? Or is it too late at this point and you just have to go with what you already have? You don't want to add too many cooks to the kitchen or too many ideas to the stack right now?
One thing I always say is, even when the chips are down, even at the end of the last game for the day, there's always a space for that coaching opportunity. Even when they finish the last match for today, definitely that is not their last match as a player, that is not their last match as a team. There's always an input to put right there. So even if they have just one more game to go and they're in that 8th position, they're in that 9th position, there's still a possibility as a coach to tell them, yo guys, you guys are finishing in that 6th position, and I want you to go for that last game and give them hell.
Absolutely. Hey, Viper, damn, should really be the coach. Let's see, though, who has benefited the most from the coaching on Sanhok with this MVP vote. Who is it going to be? Let's roll this dice. Before, obviously, we did see it coming in from the side of Rilla Insider. Zeke was able to pop off there. And guess who it is, Patchy?
Wow.
Zeke back again. 4 eliminations, triple 9s on the damage. Oh, just wonderful to see. It's very interesting to me that Rilla Insider is able to do this, right? Because despite the fact that Zeke has gotten these back-to-back MVP votes, it's not necessarily that's been the case that Rilla is the most dangerous team, it feels like, within the lobby. So talk to me about this. Why is it that Zeke is able to get all of these knocks, despite the fact that the team itself isn't as highly elevated as they would be hoping to be otherwise?
Yeah, I mean, right now, we're not playing the game that we see, early on in group stages in the normals. We're not looking at even games like, for instance, when we look at it in the Horsey Cups, we're not looking at those kind of metas. We're not looking at those kind of strategies. Right now, we're looking at the peak, the pin. I mean, this is an incredibly niche place to be because this is not what happens usually. This is not how you play the normal games. This is not how you play group stages. This is how you play the finals of Umzansi Season 5, and it's a whole different ball game. We're looking at teams that are playing mind games with each other and themselves, really. We're looking at teams that are trying to employ the strats, trying to bust out the book, trying to make things happen in a whole different way, because we've got teams sitting back going, okay, we need to make points. We can't mess around. We can't, just sit back and do it. They need to make sure that they're getting stuff done. And if you're the first team to go out, that's going to feel horrible, because that's literally what you're trying to avoid. You're trying to avoid getting taken out. You want as many points as possible. You want to snake it if you have to. You're going to try everything you can to possibly stay alive for as long as possible, to find as many kills in the process. And right now, what we're seeing from a lot of teams is that exact thing. We're not seeing any of these teams giving away points, making the big mistakes. They're not, like I said, they're not making this easy. They do not slip up. They're trying to dial back the mistakes as much as possible. They're trying to make it as difficult as possible for the opponents, for the enemy teams. And that's what's happening. And these teams are not being able, because they're so strong and like defensive, and they're not really letting things slip. It's difficult for the other teams to find a foot in the door. It's difficult for them to find a leg up and find something. And that's what's happening. It's a slow game. Teams are barely scraping through points. I mean, I made the mistake of predicting a double-digit MVP. That's not what we're going to see here. We're seeing a much more reserved kind of play. Everyone's finding points here and there. It's a whole different ball game.
I mean, this is a kind of ball game that we have on a finals day when the stakes are as high as they are right now. Of course, Team Unique will be the squad that walked away with the lion's share of the points here on Sanhok. 23 is going to be the tally for them. Right behind them will be Underrated Esports, being able to attain 19 for themselves. Team Apex coming up very close behind with 13. I must say, though, Viper, it finally has happened. Both Team Apex, Mad Knights, even Relay Insider to a lesser extent, did quite decently on the opening map on Erangel, and they didn't just get eliminated instantly on Sanhok. So I'm very happy that happened. It's good, but there is a bit of a concern that I have when I'm looking at this page. Patchy was just mentioning it now, just how constricted, how tight everything is on this finals day. We can see that reflected by the points, right? That only really one or two squads can be like, all right, cool, we're really happy with our points tally. Everybody else is just like, we'll take it. You're not happy that you got like 9 points if you're Mad Knights, but you'll take it. You'll allow it to be the case. But what can they do going forward to try and make sure that they're the ones that put themselves into the category of an underrated or a unique, rather than down here on the bottom 8, or even worse, at the very bottom of the page on number 2?
At this point, it's really difficult to say, especially with the play style and the tactics that each one of these teams are bringing in, waiting to down middle and late game to get into that engagement. So there's a lot of RNG, random numbers right there that you can't really work with. The best you can actually work with at that point in time is just to try as much as possible to keep your team alive and make sure you are working together as the best as possible right there, because if you can't pull it up together, then the number you definitely at every point in time need that number advantage on your side. Like, you have to keep eyes on multiple angles and make sure you are reacting to each of the information that is coming straight into you right there.
That advice, I think, is going to be very well subscribed, especially considering that we're going into Miramar, where being very, very careful about how you approach proceedings is what generally tends to lead to success on that particular map. This bottom page worries me a lot, given that I'm seeing yet again solitary digits for Blackjack Esports, solitary digits for the side of BBC, none for Desert Flame, only a little bit for Solo Esports. So I'm not sure that their position on number 5 on the overall rankings is going to be secure anymore. Patchy, I don't want to bring it up, but I think we have to. We have only 2 more maps remaining for the evening's events and for the entire tournament of the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League. Squads like Blackjack, squads like Desert Flame Esports. Is this it? Are we done? Even in Zimbi to a lesser extent, have they lost out on hope of being able to get to number 1 slot unless actual miracles happen?
Look, I mean, the separation between the second page, a lot of the second page teams, and obviously the top two, top three slots, it's a bit much to say that, that you could drop some back-to-back bombs. I mean, that's basically what will be required. If you want to move up, you're going to have to drop back-to-back 30s. I don't think we're going to see that, to be honest with you. I mean, if that was a slight possibility in ages past, I mean, right now, for this particular finals, I sincerely doubt that's possible, simply just based on the way things are panning out. Like I said earlier, we're not seeing teams that are taking risks here in a big way. We're not seeing teams that are going crazy and making slip-ups and making mistakes. We're seeing teams that are very thoughtfully making their considerations, very slow, very methodical, and very well thought out approaches to things that are going on. And yes, maybe there are small micro mistakes, gunfight mistakes, specific tactical mistakes, but for the most part, we're watching teams that are really, really fighting hard for as much as they can get, and right now that just means it's going to be really tough for any of those miracle runs to actually happen.
Miracles can still happen, but it's extremely difficult to envision them. And of course, you cannot summon miracles on command. As it stands right now, though, as we look to our overall rankings, we have just concluded the 10th map here in the finals of the Umzansi Esports League. Slime 4KT still enjoying number one berth, but it's 140 points now. They started this day with a 37-point lead. It got shrunk down to 13. Now it stands at only 10 between themselves and the Mad Knight, who are sitting in second position. Team Unique doing their best to try and catch up as well. This winner chicken dinner will help. They still, if only they'd played 10 matches, one can only wonder where they would be. But sadly, they have not, so they'll have to enjoy their 95 points. And still, the gap between themselves and Team Apex, very, very shallow. Only 85 points. Then Solo Esports right behind them. Saw a Desert Flame, underrated, and Rilla Insider. It still boggles my mind here, Viper, that we're on to the final two maps of the competition, and we still actually don't have a clear idea of where everything is going to stand. I can't tell you with confidence what their top two is going to be like. I can't tell you from second until, let's see here, 12th. One map, just one, could shuffle that entirely with zero regard for rhyme or reason. So these next two maps, if I'm feeling this stressed out about it, right, what are the players feeling right now before they get into their third map of the evening?
Well, at least each and every one of the players and the teams would know, yes, this is what the finals looks like. You gotta sweat when you come in here. A single mistake sends you down, down that list. Because looking at that first two on the list, they are 10 points apart. Third and fourth, 10 points apart. Like, a single mistake is really, really deadly at this point in time. So it's going to put those teams right on the edge of their seat. It's going to make them open up all their, active minds right there. They have to be consciously in the game. There are times when you're just playing the game and you're just unconsciously doing things right there. This ain't muscle memory anymore. You are reacting to what you have right in front of you. You are right cautious into that game and making intentional moves and intentional motions, predictive move of what your enemy has got in front of you. That muscle memory is not going to help you at this point in time. It is what your consciousness pushes you to do at that point in time that makes you come on top against the other team.
Absolutely. At this point in time, you have to be playing as consciously as humanly possible. Be aware of every single bullet that flies out of your gun, that comes in from the rest of the map, and all that consideration. There's a reason why they're the professional players and we're on this side of the mic, because it is not easy to be able to do that consistently. They've done so for 10 maps in a row. Let's see what they've got for us on the last two, because we are almost at the very end of the season of the Umzansi Esports League. We're going to be going to a small break here, and when we return, the third map of the evening, the penultimate map of the Umzansi Esports League, and of course the penultimate map to decide who's going to be at the top of the mountain once it is all said and done. This is Snare, Patchy, and Viper returning very shortly with Miramar in the PUBG Mobile Finals, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League. We are continuing with the finals day, and after all is said and done, we will know for sure who is the best of the best on the African continent when it does come to PUBG Mobile. We have already seen 2 maps elapsed for the evening, so now we're going to be entering into our 2 final ones for these proceedings to properly wrap up. And of course, we start with Miramar before we round things out on Erangel. This one is always one of the more interesting maps, even if it's not that much entertainment that brought to us. However, one thing that makes it very intriguing here, Apache, is the fact that 2 facts. Number one is that this map favors squads that are tactical, favors squads that have good communication, and favors squads that are able to execute strong rotations. All of those squads are squads that are at the very top of the leaderboard. Unique, Mad Knights, and Slime 4KT, I would say, are the outstanding squads at that particular aspect of the game. Going into this one, who do you favor? Are we going to be having any changes at the top of the table, in your opinion?
Look, I think that Mad Knights definitely have the opportunity here, especially after what they pulled off on the first map and the second map. The performance wasn't too bad, and definitely giving me the confidence to say, listen, if the Mad Knights have got it, they've got it. And I think with 10-point separation between them and 4KT, I think this is a good opportunity to maybe make some changes in terms of the top 2. In terms of the rest of the leaderboard, I think, what we've seen from the teams in terms of their approach, if they continue that approach, I think the teams that are just simply better at the tactical, strategic, slower approach will definitely be favored here.
We're going to be seeing exactly how these tactics play out on Miramar, one of our favorite maps here in the Umzansi Esports League. So, for the last time ever, Miramar is going to be taking place here. Viper, before we get into the game, or as we get into it, I want you to just talk to us about what these teams need to do strategically to ensure that they are in a good position. So take it away, Viper, Coach Patchy, or rather, other way around, Patchy and Coach Viper. I'll talk to you all after the game.
Yeah. This is the dusty dunes of Miramar we're about to jump into right now. But we know, as you asked, each one of these teams, trying their best to just keep it together. In this one, it's going to be a bit difficult because, I can even for the most chill people right there, it's really difficult to keep it together when there's so much at stake right now. Keeping yourself in that top position is definitely tough at this point in time. But I would love to see everything you do, just try to be intentional, just try to push it forward, try as best as possible to just have fun at this point in time. Because if it is going to happen, it is going to happen, Pachi.
Yeah, and I mean, we're taking a look at Trinity Gaming dropping down on the South Island there. Which definitely you don't see all that often, and I've always wanted to see teams drop down there legitimately. And well, Los Egos, there it is. Team Trinity definitely down there. They're going to have to make a bit of a long rotation because that zone has dropped up into the northeast, so a bit of a long ways to go, but ultimately not too bad if they can grab themselves a couple of vehicles. That is the case on Miramar. You've got to get the vehicles anyway, so it's not too bad. Although the rotation past the rest of the team is probably going to be the biggest hurdle to get over for them. The rest of the teams have decided to get themselves on the map. And, we were talking about the approach to Miramar and how it definitely favors a lot more of the slower, the more long-range tactical engagements, or the strategic engagements, should I say. One of the things that I have noticed on this map, though, is that a lot of the time you can let nothing happen on this game, or on this map specifically. You can let nothing happen, but in order to get points, you've got to force the something to happen. You've got to make stuff happen, force the fights, get the rotations, stay on edge and stay on point, start chasing down the points, chasing down the teams, chasing down the players. And I'm not sure what we're going to see out of these teams right now, because, I mean, if we saw Erangel the way we saw Erangel, and we saw Sanhok played out almost identically, how on earth are we going to see this game? I mean, are they finally going to start turning up the tempo here to try and compensate for the size of this map? Or are they just going to keep playing slow and steady and see how things turn out?
That's actually a very, very interesting question. Given that Miramar on a normal day does favor a slow game, if you know what I mean, and Sanhok on the other hand, tends to be a lot more fast-paced, and we've seen them play quite a relaxed game, at least in the beginning of Sanhok right there. But I'm a bit inclined to believe that we might be seeing a bit of the opposite right here. Although right now it does seem like majority of the teams are favoring mobility over getting that quick engagement. We can still rely Insider taking a couple of shots in, but they were able to get out on skates right there. And I really don't know what to say at this point because it's really difficult to predict what each one of these teams are going to be bringing in. Seeing they've gone through the first two games of the day and they have just two left, we might just see a couple of things, popping out and giving a completely different vibes in this one. Although I believe that vibes might be coming in the last game of today, but we would love to see how that one goes real quick right there. But as it stands right now, the majority of the teams, the IGLs, their managers, their coaches are still saying, "Yo, guys, we still have two more games. It is enough to get us out of that second page. It is enough to push us a couple of positions up ahead." So there might still be these teams, trying their best to stay up alive for as long as possible, pick up a couple of kills as safely as possible as well. So yeah, to finally answer your question after beating around so much, I would say, yeah, we might be seeing something similar to Erangel and Sanhok.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you here. I don't think any of these teams have really been put in the position where they're like, oh, you know what, let's just throw caution to the wind. Let's just YOLO it. Let's just throw ourselves at the nearest team and see what happens. I think these teams all, they started this day out seriously. They've played every game since incredibly seriously, and they're ready to keep playing seriously here with no compromises. And I mean, it's great to see, to be honest. I was talking about how this game has panned out in terms of the rest of the season, in terms of the rest of the league. And it definitely is a niche that we don't see all too often, but it's great to see nonetheless. And I just love it coming out from these teams. We definitely see some things that we don't expect, and that's fantastic. Because, I mean, who likes to see the status quo, right? I mean, if we know teams like, 4KT is strong, they're just going to go ham. If we see that, yeah, it's kind of boring. But if we see 4KT looking strong, coming out into the finals, looking really dax, and suddenly we've got teams just like, taking them out before top 10. We've got teams stepping up, teams that are fighting really, really hard to get from the second page to the first page and taking out the leaders while they do it. That's fantastic. I mean, that just shows us the capacity of the teams that have made it up into the finals. You can say what you want about the teams that are on the second page, teams that are struggling right now, but the fact of the matter is this: they're here in the finals and they've done a fantastic job to get here. They have looked absolutely strong all season long, and even to this point in the finals, they are fighting and winning very frequently against our top teams, which shows you that the caliber of the teams that we are dealing with right now. And so this caliber of team playing a serious game here is fantastic to see. It's great, and I absolutely love it. Things that are coming out of the woodwork here, some seriously niche stuff coming out of the woodwork from some of these teams that are pulling some great games before our eyes to enjoy. And now, of course, we've got our Miramar. Things take a little bit longer here. We expect the longer range engagements to happen, but they haven't really broken out in any reasonable capacity yet. I mean, we've just elapsed about 6 minutes. We're moving into zone number 2, and nothing has really happened out of the ordinary in terms of what we've seen so far here in today's games. Slow, considered, very, very much thought out is what's going on here, and these teams are not ready to break the mold just yet.
Yeah, not ready to break that mood, but I'm just looking at Mad Night earlier, and I could see them, all four of them, just driving out with their vehicles right there. In my head, I'm like, cue the action music, dun, 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 dun. And it just looks so really cool at that point in time. But also when they came and approached this compound, it was quite interesting to see that they tried their best as much as possible to leave no trace that they are currently in this compound. Look at how well they've got their mobility well hidden. At least no one is going to take off their tires, and they could actually set up a perfect ambush for an unsuspecting team that is just making a rotation and possibly thinking of taking this position right there. It's quite interesting how far forward these teams are thinking about their next move, Pachi.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you on that one. They've got to be a few steps ahead, especially considering you need to know what you're doing to really stand a chance in the late game. Because if you forego, and I was talking about this a little bit earlier in the second game, if you forego the opportunities of the early game, trying to catch people out when they don't have loot, or maybe surprise them, get them out of position, etc. If you forego those opportunities, you need to have a game plan. You need to know what is happening and how to get to the goals that you've set in terms of getting the points that you want, getting the things that you desire to actually move up that leaderboard. And so you've got to have a game plan. You have to know what you're doing, and the team has got to be in sync. And this is where it's very, very important for the IGLs to make sure things are happening in the order that they should be happening, and that things are getting done as they should be. And of course, team coherence has to be there. The comms have to be there. And of course, as Viper's pointed out a couple of times, you got to have that coach in the back lines just, being like, come on, guys, let's get it. Let's make the push. It doesn't matter where we're on the leaderboard right now. We can always be better. We can always do better. We can always try at least to do that. And so, the whole team has to really be cohesive and coherent to really get things done. And of course, that is exactly what these teams are trying at the moment. We still have all 16 of our teams alive at the moment. 63 players right here on our Miramar match, which is our first and last Miramar match of this grand finals here in Season 3. And it is going to set the tone before we move back into our Erangel Part 2 to see if any of the teams have been able to learn or at least adapt a little bit after that first match, because it definitely did not go the way that some of these teams were hoping that the Erangel match to go.
Yeah, it did not. Definitely did not. But as it still is right now, Pachi, I don't know. Like I'm completely lost to even know what to think right now, because all the teams just seems like they are preparing so well for that middle to late game. I can see majority of the teams already with their own vehicles, each player with their own vehicles, not looking too bad on that, vehicle and ammo front, but already 4KT is going to be popping off, and I think that's going to be the first team right there to be sending players straight back to the lobby, and that is going to be first blood getting sent right there by the guys from Slime 4KT. That seems like they want to keep it together. That seems like Slime 4KT want to start that momentum really early this time, and because if you look at the previous games they've had, especially the Sanhok game, we didn't really see much from them at all, even till the end of the final zone. They were just really quiet all through and just living through, trying to get that placement point and possibly get a few engagements along the lines towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here from these teams. We saw 4KT getting an Elam there, drawing first blood here, finally in the match. 10 minutes in, we do see that happening. And of course, now EFX looking for some nice long-range stuff. This is what we expect from Miramar, a little bit more standard play here, looking to just disable some of those vehicles there, and also keeping his attention toward the teams off in the distance. We have Solo in the crosshairs of Mercury at the moment. Vehicle attempting to be utilized there. UG Boy actually going to be hopping between those. That's a player that we saw in a match previous doing some crazy work there. I definitely really enjoyed that push just early on that we had today in today's games from Zola Esports there, UG Boy. Hopefully we can see that coming out from them again. I'd like to see that. It was some phenomenal stuff, and I'd actually going to rewatch that in Nevada. I think that's a great highlight to have there. We'd like to see that coming out from them. Otherwise, definitely just more standard stuff coming through. Actually, the UMP coming out for some of those long shots, which is crazy to me to even imagine. I mean, UMP is such a strong weapon this season, all season long, has been quite a menace to just about everyone on the map. And it continues to do that, even in a map like Miramar, where you expect longer range engagement. I mean, this used to be the territory of the Mini 14s, and now it's just the UMPs all day, every day for everyone. M4 is in the hand as well, of course, a very strong weapon as well for pretty much any situation, and of course with Miramar, especially when you're dealing with these kinds of ranges. But I mean, at this point, like you said, it's tough to say or tough to know what to think here before these teams actually really start pulling the trigger. We're moving into zone number 3 at the moment. We've had about 13 minutes of gameplay and nothing crazy's happened. Still 16 teams, still 62 players. We've had 2 knocks, I think, 2 kills, should I say, that have happened here on this map so far. Everyone else just doing the slow and steady. And I mean, in the comparison that we like to talk about, or at least the classical comparison of the tortoise and the rabbit running the race, the hare, of course, going super fast and the tortoise just slow and steady. I mean, in that comparison, at least there is a rabbit, right? There is a hare that is going fast. In here, it's just a map full of tortoises.
Nobody's making that move. It's just slow crawling tortoises all over. But yeah, making a quick note right there. Oh, look at that! Making a quick note right there about the UMP you mentioned right there. I've been following through the evolution of UMP throughout different seasons in PUBG Mobile. And I think it was only when he had the 45 ACP bullets that he got a little bit nerfed. But UMP has always been an amazing weapon with the 9mm right there. Shredding both close range, mid range, and a couple of players actually, actualizing and using them quite well, leading those shots well in those long range right now. But it does seem like we might be getting a bit of engagement waiting earnestly to happen right here in the third zone of Miramar. Even a couple of knocks already coming through from a couple of these players as Chaos King is going to be on the receiving end as Team Apex. He's going to be, popping off the shots right there, picking up those kill points early enough. As compared to what has happened in the past, this is a lot more engagement that I was actually expecting out here in Miramar, Pachi.
I mean, we're 15 minutes into the game. I expect to see something like, please fight. And finally, we're seeing that happening. Really, Insiders pulling the trigger here. 4KT under a little bit of pressure. Some fights now finally starting to break out as we move towards zone number 4. It's in the mid-game, slowly creeping up on us. And finally, we see the engagement start to happen. It's 4KT that are under fire. And really, Insiders, Trip getting a little bit of that flank, feeling the pain of Eves on the back line there. So Real Insiders getting split just a little bit there. Nice flank coming in for 4KT. Falling in the cavalry for a little bit of the save. And a brilliant nade coming through from Pronto. The follow-up is perfect. Rilla Inside is absolutely slaughtered here as Pronto now moving down. UMP comes out to confirm those kills, and it's done and dusted there. 4KT win that fight very, very convincingly. And now Matrix is the last one left. And he's on the back foot. Shots coming in from Pronto. This guy's the man of the hour right here. Just found every single kill so far. And there it is. Finding the rest of the Rilla Insiders. Matrix getting taken out. And that is that. The first team to get sent back is the Rilla Insiders.
Oh, nice. That flank from Yves is absolutely a game changer right there. Like, he had them all down to sight right on that angle, found that really weak point, read the game quite beautifully, and jumped straight in. That was just absolutely beautiful. That was perfect execution right there from Slime 4K team, changing the stride of the game in the nick of time. This was just absolutely beautiful, Pachi. Absolutely.
Yeah, a great tempo change from 4KT. They were getting pushed. Rilla Insiders had some nice aggressive ideas, and then 4KT was like, yes, but also we have a flanker, and we're just going to change. We're just going to switch up the entirety of the way this attack is panning out. The Rilla Insiders thought they had the target in sight, but no, the flank came through, the reconsolidation came through for 4KT, and the clapback happened. They got eliminated, and so fantastic stuff there for 4KT. Now, of course, moving in, we are finally in our zone 4, marking the beginning of our mid-game section, and so hopefully things will start picking up even more after the beginnings of what we saw here, a few fights off the back, and now Solo Esports making a rotation, drawing a few shots from some of the surrounding teams, moving up the side of this hill, looking for EFX maybe to pick up some kills of their own here, trying to get in zone as well, as we start to feel the pressure just a little bit. Still plenty of space. It's Miramar after all, so nothing too pressurizing, but hopefully the teams will continue the tempo moving forward, because as things started out nicely, now in Zimbi and UES going at it, lag also in the mix, so fights are at least continuing here.
Yeah, fights are happening really, really early on in the game about zone 4 right now. 17 minutes into the game, looking quite beautiful on every single axis. EFX, however, right now, right on top of that one. But Trinity Gaming, I have noticed Trinity Gaming has been playing it quite chill, trying to do the late rotations, trying to pick up those points as much as possible, those, placement points as much as possible. But right now, that is not going to work out too well from them. What is that shot coming from up top the hill? I think that is from EFX, truly connecting those shots back to back, dropping him in the nick of a time. Definitely EFX was going to be a bit of a problem for them, because they've got that high ground right there. But Playboy off on distance could be able to give those cover fire, but the grenades are coming out already. The confirmations might be following through. Multiple knocks might also be coming in on that one. I do love the position EFX has gotten themselves into right now. They've got eyes on every single fight happening in their vicinity. If they can convert their chances quite well, they might actually be able to pick up a boatload of eliminations from this one. I've not actually seen EFX do too well in this particular map, but this does seem like that chance they've got, because they are well primed in the proper position. They just need to make the communications pop, they just need to make the shots connect, and they need to pray to the gods of PUBG to make RNG right on their sides.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, Viper. It's all about location, location, location. And here it is. We've got EFX with a very great location up here. Some very nice Overwatch potential for them. Hopefully they can utilize that to pick up a few kills. But like you said, not really seen what we want from EFX so far. Hopefully they can bring something back. Trinity getting eliminated in solo, trying to push up the side of the mountain. They are finding it very, very difficult. EFX have a very good blanket across the top of this hilltop and making it quite difficult to push over the cusp of this hill over to the top. And that's great for them, trying to just keep solo in check. Mad Knights actually getting eliminated there. That's a big player off the board right there, and they were really hoping to get a bit more. That's unfortunate. We were hoping to see Mad Knights do a little bit of takeover there, trying to get to the top of that leaderboard, but it looks like their hopes will be dashed here on the Miramar map, and they only have one more left after this.
And 4KT is actually, look at 4KT. 4KT is shredding right now, picking kills after kills. I do know 4KT excels quite well when it comes to Miramar, and this is them showing off right at this point. And I've seen them pick up a couple of kills, about 4 to 5 kills right now, and they're still going strong. Definitely, increasing that gap as much as possible. And this is definitely that point. This might be that game changer right there between that first and second position. But I wouldn't want to jump the gun right now. We still got one more game for tonight. But 4KT looking really strong on this one. Solo Esports trying really hard to stay up alive, as Team EFX is just right in front of them, trying to be a spoiler for them at this point in time. Man, this is all shades of beautiful, all shades of active fire going left, right, and center from every single point of this map. But Solo Esports, I must commend them right now for staying up alive and keeping it together despite being in a disadvantageous position. But now they've got to pack up and make their move into that zone. Now is the time to make the move. Team Unique also going down in that 10th position. Man, Miramar is shaping up to be a lot more tougher than expected, but does seems like we are going to be having that final zone towards a very, very urban area right there. So yeah, this might take a bit of time to finish up, as we can see more eliminations getting taken right there by the guys from Slime 4KT.
My, oh my, look at the chaos we have on the map right now. If you check out that mini-map, we've got a bunch of teams squeezed up into the south portion of that zone. It is not going to be a fun time. Big props to, oh, what a nade, DFE Fleco just tossing that one in. Utter chaos here for Solo. They did such a good job of sieging that hill, but now they're getting pushed and it's just DFE taking an absolute slaughterfest party on the doorstep. They're like, hello, knock, knock, we're here, goodbye. And they've sent them straight there, packing so many kills going through for them. And this is the chaos that we find when we have so many teams left up in zone number 5. And now everyone's trying to squeeze into safety. Everyone's trying to push past that precipice, and they are finding it difficult to do so.
Yeah, difficult at every single point in time. I do love the way DFE, that's Texas Flame Esports, made that pushing. They got that opening knock and just full sense is like, hi, what's popping over here? But Solo Playboy has been a strong one for Solo Esports all through today, but right now he's pinned down to a corner, and that's going to be him gets taken down right there by DFE. DFE is picking a whole lot of kills on this one right there, looking to climb up on that leaderboard strongly, as they still got, I believe they still got a full squad up alive, or 3-man. I'm not exactly sure on that one, but that looks like what you want to have right here, right now, as zone 5 has just popped. And look at that zone. We've got a boatload of teams just sitting right there inside the circle, about 6 teams inside that circle, and they are just waiting around in buildings, checking around corners, hoping to catch a mistake, hoping to catch a player sleeping right there. Majority of the teams down to 2 players, 3 players left, right, and center. But now we've got every single team already inside that zone, but that is going to be Blackjack Esports getting that limbs right there onto the Desert Flame Esport Boydin. That's going to be Boydin back to the lobby. It's going to be the voice inside his teammates' ears right now, just telling them an enemy is coming from your left. Watch out right now. But Team Lag is up right now, Pachi. Look at Team Lag.
Oi, oi, oi. Blackjack getting eliminated. Team Lag now moving in from the side. Got some pretty good numbers moving through for them as well. For KT contending for this corner of a safety as well. So there's a lot of pressure. I mean, just look at that minimap. It is a absolute sardine festival going on here. They are packed into that tin very tightly, and it's not going to get any easier. That zone is moving in again, and it is going to close up again as it does. This is what we expect now. The nades are getting prepped now. 4KT looking to do a bit of poaching here against some of these other teams in the vicinity, and they're going to have to play this one really smartly, and hopefully we'll start to see some resolution of these impending conflicts, because right now there's so much tension building up between all these teams. We've got BBC in the one corner, Desert Flame Esports, we've got EFX, we've got 4KT, we've got Lag. These teams are all vying for points. They want to put them right on the board. They want to boost themselves up that leaderboard, and this is the time to do it here. It's the second last map here for the grand finals of Season 5. You don't have any time to slack. There's no time to slip back. You got to make something happen here and now.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see 4KT already up in that double-digit Q points, 13 Q points up on that Q point right there. And man, oh man, this is looking like 4KT is going to be taking it home already. But you can see the setup. They've got the full squad. They've got Fexy on that edge, just trying to keep Team Lag on the edge with a couple of grenades, just waiting it out on that one. They've got Yves just in this building, keeping an eye on the other side of the road as well, prone to plaza every single one of them with the attacks, watching like an hawk, waiting to catch that enemy team out on a limb right there. But how is this going to play as Team Lag is going to be pushed out in a bit right there? A lot of these teams right now have the next step that is going to be happening right now is going to be when this zone pushes out. How are they going to be reacting to it? But as it stands right there, we can see 4KT trying to take in as much information about the position of the enemy teams right there and thinking forward to see how they are going to be reacting to it. You can see them not too widely spread out, but they've got angles that could make this work in their favor right there. But on the other side of the road, we've got EFX, we've got Desert Flame Esports as well, all spread out trying to make this work for them as well. Team Lag on the other hand has got pinned down by two teams. That's going to be Slime 4KT, and on the other side is going to be BBC. But how that's going to work out, we'd love to see, because if a fight happens, yeah, definitely they are going to be having two different teams looking towards their direction. As Kakao goes down in the midst of that one, you can see 4KT already smoking up, making their move, switching between buildings, trying to get themselves positioned quite well. Look at that angle. Plaza has found onto Kakao, multiple knocks right there onto Kakao. And look at this, Pachi.
What a great find from Fexy there. Spots out the Gilly player, takes him down as well. He thought he was safe, he thought he was invisible, but no sirree, gonna get popped and taken down there. 4KT on the aggressive. They're ready to finish this game out. They want those points, and those nades are flying. The damage is being done, and here comes Fexy looking for something. There's Lag on the one side trying to make it up. They're running from that blue. Berserk low on HP. Here's the nade. It gets prepped, and it gets sent across in the face. A nice setup from 4KT. Team Lag getting taken out. Now 4KT turning their attention towards the rest of the teams, now pushing up into this zone and trying to make things difficult. And I mean, I think they have a great chance at eliminating the rest of these teams. I think really this is a DFE versus 4KT finish that we've got 7 zones deep, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, at this point, I'm a bit lost of word right now, because 4KT is saying, "Oh, you guys think you got a chance to come for the title? Yeah, we'd love to see you do it." As they are going for that 20 Q point, or even more, we might be seeing that 25 that we talked about earlier on. But this time around, it's going to be coming in for 4KT. You can see them going for team after team after team. That DPS in hand, and he's definitely going to convert it with the support from his team, and that down goes EFX right there. One more Q point, and they are going to be up to that 20 right there. And look at this, they still have 6 more players, which means they could cross that 25 Q point damage right there, 25 Q points right there. Man, how is this one going to end up right now? And look at it, they still have that full squad up alive in different positions, handling their angles quite perfectly. It doesn't get better than this, Pachi.
Yeah, it certainly does, and it's going to be tough to one-up this so far. The nades flying once again as Desert Flame are absolutely contesting their position. Underrated getting eliminated, and this is what I was waiting for. It's a 4KT versus DFE. Up comes 4KT now, trying to make it happen. The shotguns are in hand. The nades absolutely flying, working with the smoke. Up comes the push, though. Vexy finding some shots, but instantly clapped back. Now 4KT have to try and reconsolidate, but they do find the kills. Desert Flame getting eliminated. They're not able to repel the attack. 4KT absolutely dominant, and indeed they have asked the question, who's going to come for the throne? And so far it's 4KT once again moving in. They've got 24 kills, looking for that 25th to close things out, and they should be able to do it without any problems here. 4KT, not only is it a chicken dinner, not only is that 15 points for free, but it's 25 kills. Exactly what we were. I mean, this is
We
nuts.
talked about this, man.
We said it back behind the scenes. We were like, no ways. How are you going to make this happen? Well, you'd need 25 kills and you'd need a chicken dinner to make that happen. And 4KT have gone, well, if no one's going to dethrone us, we're just going to do it ourselves.
Well, I think the zone claimed that 25th kills though. Look at it, it's 24 out here. So yeah, they didn't make that 40 kill points, did not set that record right there. But I think they got the highest record yet in that finals right here from Umzansi season 5. What a play! What an absolutely beastly play right there coming in from Slide 4KT, making use of that close range, making use of that multiple angles right there to their advantage, coming in like prat-a-ta-ta, coming in from every single angle, the beast right there, showing why they're number one on that leaderboard, creating that gap, squashing any, hopes right there that might be coming in from Mad Knight that got taken out earlier in this game. Would Mad Knight be able to set up a comeback right now coming in that last game of Erangel today? Will they be able to come with a pratata out of probably 30 elims? Would love to see it. Would love to see it, Pachi. It's crazy.
Yeah. I certainly would love to see it. No doubt about it. I mean, we've had a great game from 4KT. We were waiting for them to flick that switch, and well, now we've got the same expectation of Mad Knights, who we've seen chasing the tail of 4KT all day long, and now they have to try and make good on that promise that they have been setting for themselves here, try and catch up with a great game of their own, and I think it's definitely doable. I mean, we have Erangel coming up again. Mad Knights definitely have the potential to drop some crazy bombs, but I'm not too sure if I'm not too sure if the 40 bomb is viable, to be honest with you.
Even if they do get the 40 points right there, it's going to be really difficult to, still catch up to the points, because right now I believe they've gapped them up by almost about 40-something points right now on that leaderboard, and it's really, really tough to, catch up to that one.
Boys, I remember some gentlemen that I know were busy telling me that there's no way possible, not in the grand finals weekend, there's no way a team will get even close to 40. Meantime, Slime 4KT dropping 39 points. The thing that's phenomenal to me about this, Patchy, isn't the fact that they came through and dropped all of these points, isn't the fact that scenario where Mad Knights, the closest team to them, gets dropped out of contention and makes it a lot easier. You mentioned it yourself, that's a pretty big fish to eliminate from the pond, and therefore it pretty much just leaves some other squads, especially like Slime 4KT, to pick up the slack. The amazing thing to me is that we started this day, Slime 4KT were 37 points ahead. As the day wore on, the gap shrunk. With this one map on one performance, they pretty much doubled or regained the old lead that they had for themselves. It is incredible. It is phenomenal. The way they're looking, Patchy, is there hope for anybody to come even close to them with the final map of the day?
I mean, we were talking about how very difficult it would be to pull up with a 40 bomb, and I mean, we didn't find the 40 bomb, but 39 is basically close enough. I mean, so it's possible, I guess. I mean, Mad Knights, if they drop a 40 bomb, which is not something I expected I would be really thinking about, is a real possibility, but now here we are. So I guess it's possible. Mad Knights could make it happen, but so far, I mean, 4KT are the only ones who've pulled it off. Mad Knights had a good game one performance, but I don't know, the teams feel like they've really just flicked that switch, and they're increasing through the day. It's just become more and more difficult to pull things off. And now with 4KT operating like this, I don't know.
Yeah, not this is like Viper. You know, there's some of these cars, some of these performance hypercars that only activate their maximum speed on the second engine. It kind of feels like Slime 4KT came in today only on engine number 1. They were chilling, having a good time, you know, still playing around, enjoying themselves, having fun. You made the analogy earlier about like playing with muscle memory, and it really felt like that. They weren't considering or thinking too much about the game. I think what probably happened though, in between Sanhok and Miramar, is they probably looked at the points tally. They were like, wait, 10? That's wait, hold up. Engine number 2, switch it on. Let's go. It is time now to make sure that we go as far as humanly possible, because there aren't that many squads within the league that can do such a thing when the moment calls for it. Oftentimes, once you start having these lackluster performances, it stays that way. But instead, here they are putting on dominance. Look at this Viper. Sexy Fexy back again. Tired of being left out of the MVP consideration. 13 eliminations, 1440 damage. This is an absolutely absurd performance, and I'm sure this has also struck fear into the hearts of every other squad around them.
Yeah. Just look at that. Definitely struck a lot of fear into all the teams around them right now. But I know this is going to be about to head into that last game of today, and we might be seeing a lot of carefree plays right there. You know, teams just be like, yeah, it's the last game of the what is the worst that could happen, and just go out all out right there, try to just eat it up onto team. So let's see. We never can tell what could happen in the last game. Maybe Man Knights can pull a comeback, which on the probability scales, it's looking really, really close to that 0 right there. But I would love to see how it's going to turn out. And I'm going to leave that one to you, Snap.
I mean, I personally am hoping that they still would give us a much more competitive affair. But the way it's looking, I do think that mathematically, Sexy Fexy and the boys have probably done it. But we still have one more map where there are still surprises in store for us, so the Green Snakes can't necessarily start rattling in celebration just yet. They still have to get over the finish line by performing well on Erangel. The issue, though, is they are so far ahead that, part of the reason why they had to drop a performance like this, Patchy, is because of the fact that a little bit of, I don't want to say complacency, but they certainly weren't in this form. It allowed other squads to catch up. Now that they are in this form again, and now that they've increased this lead again, is there any fear that the squad might yet again lapse into some degree of complacency going into the final map of the evening?
Well, first of all, can I just say double-digit elims for MVP, so 100% prediction rate maintained. Now we move on to the question, which, of course, I'd like to just, sort of outline a picture of, you were talking about hyper supercars and whatnot, activating the second engines and whatnot, and it made me think about racing. And, the real OG racers, the ones that know what they're doing, will save that last zap of energy for the end of the race. It looks like they're kind of in the front, but they're not winning the whole way through. But the cars that are out in front, and I think this goes for a lot of different kinds of racing, but the ones that are out in front don't necessarily win the race. You get that last final few pushes, and then the real stamina comes out. You save that last bit of energy to really just turbo yourself out at the end, and I think that's what we're kind of seeing here from 4KT. It's like, yeah, okay, we're here, we're on the top. Let's see if anyone's going to really challenge, and then we'll just kind of subsist here, and then at the end we're going to hammer it home. We're going to go for it. We're going to go ham. 110% comes out, and we solidify ourselves at the top. And I mean, they've really done that. They've surveyed the position. They know who's the real threat or who's not a threat. And now it's really just a case of, okay, guys, we've done the work. Let's make sure that the last map of the day does not see Mad Knights doing some craziness. Let's just keep it solid, keep it straight. Let's see what's happening. If we can elim Mad Knights, we're good to go. If not, we do as best we can. We get the points, and we just get that dub.
We get the dub. We wait until the right moment before we activate the NOS. And when we do, though, we're going to leave everybody in the dust. And as it stands right now, Slime 4KT doing exactly that. 39 points for themselves. You have to add together what Desert Flame and BBC have in order to get to the 39 points of Slime 4KT, which is absurd. But the thing that's even more absurd to me, Viper, look at this first page, my friend. Look at this page. This top 8 here coming in from this Miramar match. if you added the eliminations of every other team on this page, you still wouldn't get the amount that Slime 4KT picked up in just one map. That is a phenomenal performance. You were asking earlier, is this the most that they've ever been done in the Umzansi Esports League finals? It is the most, but it's also the most we've seen dropped at once in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, period. What a performance from them, honestly.
It's at this time, I must just say it's mind blowing, to be honest, because if you look at it, this is like almost they killed over 1/3 of the lobby, I believe. It was 63 to start with, and they killed 24. That's over 1/3 of the lobby. They literally killed 1/3 with like 3 more kills over the whole lobby. Like, how else do you blow that? Like, we have teams out here that, in fact, look at the next team to them. Their total point is not even up to their eliminations. It's absolutely just mind blowing. They came in towards the in fact, all through the game they've been picking up the kills. Entering into that last zone, they had about 11, 12 kills, and then they just went ham from there. Started picking the kills left, right, and center. Additional 12 kills to that one. At the point I saw them with the full squad smoking up, trying to go around, preparing for that last final moment, I was like, no, this is the end. Slime 4K team is coming in with a bang and going out with a bang as well. And they are going to make a statement in this one. Definitely making a statement. It's just the play of the whole season, I must say.
I must say that right now, the way things are looking for them, it does seem like they'll be taking away pole position in the overall rankings leaderboard. However, they aren't the only squad that needs to pay very close attention to their points tally. Of course, Desert Flame Esports, BBC, Team Lag, EFX, Blackjack Esports, and Team Apex. All of them find themselves in the first page. And these kind of points will definitely have an impact on the overall rankings leaderboard. We were speaking about it earlier. The fact that things are so close, squads are so tightly bound together that anything of a shuffle here could represent a massive difference in what the overall rankings lead look like. At the same time here, Patchy, look where is Team Unique? Not here. Look where is Mad Knights? They're not here. Both of them are on the second page. Those are the squads that were in our second and third positions respectively in the overall rankings leaderboard. Because of their lack of points tally here, because of how other squads have managed to get themselves up, do we now have to also start having the conversation of, are Team Unique and Mad Knights even confirmed for top 3 anymore?
I mean, yeah, that's a bit of a difficult conversation to have because, when you're not really getting the consistent, decent amounts of points that you're looking for. I mean, when you're scraping 3 points a match, that's definitely not going to sell your spot, especially when performances from some of the other teams are looking really good. They've definitely been usurping some of these points from our typical leaders here. And so it's been definitely a difficult day. It's a difficult fight. But I mean, this is what we were talking about. This is what I said earlier. It's not an easy day for these teams. It's not been an easy time. It's not been easy games at all. It's been very, very difficult. The quality of game has been very, very tip top. And the only thing I could say now is it's not going to get any easier with 4KT operating like this. I mean, it's definitely not a given anymore. These teams have to work hard if they want to solidify their spots and then they want to try for those top spots. So yeah, it's definitely not secured at all.
Yep, all of these squads that have gotten themselves either single digits or no points whatsoever will certainly be feeling quite hard done by and certainly thinking to themselves that, well, our work still has more to come for the evening. We're nowhere close to where we wanted to be. The one somewhat bright spots here are the fact that Team Nzimbi and the Chaos Kings, squads that were occupying the bottom 2 slots in the overall rankings, have been able to claw back some points for themselves. This might not help Team Nzimbi that much, but it could still make a difference for the Chaos Kings because everybody must remember how we distribute the prizes. 13th through 16th all get the same amount of money, so you want to make absolutely sure that you're at the very least in 12th if you want to start really climbing up where the money actually starts to be distributed quite nicely. Of course, as things are looking right now, this does also mean that this last map that we're going to be going into quite shortly of Erangel, the most important map possibly of many of these players' careers, they will never have played a map. Not only is it important to close out the tournament here, Viper, not only is it important as a capstone to your journey over the last 10 weeks, it's important because there's, only 2 squads in the lobby that can legitimately say they're not certain about exactly what this is going to look like, exactly where they're going to be positioned. Everybody else, it's still in play. Erangel could change everything for your squad right now. So, for these squads that are still remaining in the competition outside of Slime 4KT and maybe Team Nzimbi, bring your A game, bring everything you have on the table, because you'll have no further opportunities right after this. So we're going to be taking a very short break. When we return, the final map, not just of the night, but of the entire Umzansi Esports League. So before we do that though, it turns out that the players are a little bit too excited. They're chomping at the bit to try and get back into this one, which I like. Honestly, Viper, I think that when you're at this point, you just want to go. Let's go. Just keep going as fast as humanly possible. If you're on a hot streak, let's say you are a Slime 4KT, you don't want to stop right now. You don't want to keep a break. You want to make sure that you're still playing at the same tempo that you already displayed on the previous map.
Yeah, definitely. As you've got that power, energy, you've got that, that vibe at that point in time. Like, I'm hot at this point in time. Do not let me cool down. So you want to keep pushing at that point in time. You are like sitting there, like, yeah, let's go, all vibing and ready to break through yet again. Slap some people out of the back to the lobby real quick. So yeah, definitely. If I were to be one of these players right now, I would be raring to jump straight back in as well.
Be like, let's just play as soon as humanly possible. Patchy, though, let's talk about, we're speaking about the squads at the very, very top, right? We're talking about the squads at the bottom. Some of these squads that are going to be finding themselves occupying mid-table finishes. It's sometimes difficult to look at your season and say, you know what, we came 6th, 7th, 8th, or whatever, and that's a good thing, or that's okay, that's improvement. It's difficult to look at the situation and not allow disappointment to seep in, because obviously you always want to be going to the very top. You want to be number one, but not everybody can be number one. And sometimes it's just a good thing to be able to demonstrate improvement. For example, if I'm a BBC, haha, I got you, fam. I'm looking at the situation and say, wait, we ended last season in 7th. We're more or less in the mix right now for like maybe top 6, between 6th and maybe 9th. If we get in that same milieu, it's either we have the same finish as last season or a little bit better. That represents a successful season for us. But at the same time, you can sometimes see these squads, the disappointment affects their performance enough that they can't perform high enough to get back to the normal level of the situation. So if you're one of these squads right now that are not looking to win, but just looking to find a nice, comfortable mid-table finish, what advice do you have for them to make sure that they can remain in the zone going into this final game, even though they might not be in a winning scenario?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, the first thing to keep in mind is that we are here in the grand finals. I mean, it has been quite a long stretch to get here. And so, if you don't take the game seriously, if you don't give your best, then you're kind of wasting your own time. You've spent all these weeks getting here. You've spent all this time grinding, making sure that you are in tip-top condition, performing well to get here. So I think the fact that you are here now is just the motivation to go, okay, let's just put the work in. Let's just keep performing. Like, it doesn't matter if we're not tip top right now. I mean, it doesn't matter that we're not going to get number one. We went into this, we did really well. We're here in the grand finals. And if we don't give it our all now, we're just going to do ourselves a disservice. And then, of course, we'll be doing everyone else a disservice as well. So putting your 110% in, putting even your just 100% in, giving your team the best shot to put points on and even maybe move up a little bit, secure a little bit of extra cash in the pocket, for moving up the slots. It's great. I mean, like you said in the beginning of this broadcast, they've already secured themselves some great prizes just for being here, for making it this far. And I mean, working with what we've got now, I mean, just give your best. It's going to be a great experience nonetheless. You are playing right now at the best, the top level of African esports here in PUBG. This is like where it is. This is where it's at. It's a fantastic opportunity to play at the highest level. And I mean, with that ahead of you, I mean, there's no reason that you should be throwing the towel in now. I mean, this is where you double down and do your best. It's the final game. You've just got to give it all.
I mean, it's a final game of a very long weekend, but also a very long league. 10 weeks of action. When we started this, a lot of these squads didn't necessarily know where they were going to end up. We started with 32 teams. We whittled that down to 24 for the semifinals. We whittled it down even further to those top 16. And it's very intriguing to me, Viper. We were to stick to the car analogy that we were using earlier and that Patchy was bringing up, saving your NOS for the final stretch. I know we keep bringing up this team, but I do keep bringing them up as just a illustration of what's possible within the landscape of esports. Slime 4KT barely, and I do mean barely, made it into the top 24. Very, very close to not making it into the top 16. And then they did, but once they got here, it looked like they were performing as if they were the best team the entire time, right? It's very difficult, of course, to be able to know exactly how to pace that kind of energy, to pace that kind of progress. As a good illustration of this as well, we have squads like Chaos Kings, like Team Apex, like Sanhok.SAST Esports even, for example, who were phenomenal throughout the regular league portion of things, and then have somewhat dipped in their performances since we got to the playoffs, and especially in the finals weekend. Talk to us about this from a coaching perspective. How would you ensure that your players peak at the right time instead of blowing all their energy at the insignificant portions of the competition?
Well, for each team, different strats. And for a team like Slime 4KT, they've played a lot of games. They've played on different levels. They've played against the best of the best around the world. And definitely, if there's one thing they've learned in all their experience, their efforting, it's that you don't put your best foot forward in the beginning. You have to hide those strats. You gotta hide these strats. So definitely, when you know you just need to qualify, just do what is humanly possible to get you across that line. But when you get to where it really matters, where you need to put in your all, then definitely bring the armor down. Bring all those strats you've been working on. Bring all those little things, all those movements, all those things left and right that people might have overlooked right there. Bring them out from those hearts right there and let it bamboozle them all.
Bamboozling your opponents is what you need to do when you are at this stage of the competition. Of course, everybody at home, do not forget we have one map left. Only one. Whatever happens here is whatever happens, and after that we will have a esports champion within the African region for PUBG Mobile here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. With this final map being prepared, this is going to be the crescendo of an incredible tournament, and I really cannot wait to get into this action. Slime 4KT sitting right now as the final boss of Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League. Will anybody be able to rise to the challenge? Will anybody be able to drop the 40 points necessary to try and overtake them? We will have to find out on the final map, not just of the night, not just of the weekend, but of the entire Umzansi Esports League Season 5, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. Of course, as always, we're going to be having for this evening Patchy with the 100% predictions, Viper with the stellar coaching, and the incredible insights from both of them to bring you the finale of this action. So gentlemen, for the last time ever, take it away for Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League. Good luck, have fun, and make it exciting.
All right, let's go. It is the final map right now. It is part 2 of Erangel. We're going to drop straight down into it. This is the final chance to make something happen, to make the miracle run happen, especially for those teams that are looking to increase their performance just a little bit from second page to first. But right now, Viper, I don't know if the possibility of dethroning 4KT is even there. I mean, the 40 points boost is equalization. You need more than that to beat 4KT right now, and that's assuming they do nothing here in this match.
Yeah, definitely. It's really difficult to dethrone them at this point in time because they've clearly put themselves, in front of the old bunch right here right now. But right now, what I'm actually looking forward to see is if we're going to be seeing any odd drops from any of these teams today. It's already at the end game right now. Why not just have some fun right there? But look at it. It seems like the zone is going to be having the fun with us today, Pachi.
Yeah, that is a Southern Island zone right there. My favorite spot. What a spicy way to end things off. The game knows, PUBG has heard us. They know what's going on. It's the final game, and they've given us a spicy one to start with. The flight path taking so many of the teams up north. They're going to have to make some rotations, and we'll probably see a little bit of that bridge gatekeeping there. Very, very nice. Thank you, PUBG, for that one.
Yeah, as PUBG saying, yeah, we know it's the final, so we are going to give you something to remember this by. We can see already a lot of teams like Desert Flame already making that instant move to claim their real estate down at military base. It's open, it's still early enough to catch a bit of Patchy points. I can see Patchy, I hope you are not running out of points yet because we can see we've got about 3 Patchy points to give out right now. And up north is still a whole bunch of teams: EFX, 4KT, Zimbi, Solo Esports, Blackjack Esports, all loaded in that northwestern region, waiting to make their rotations down right there. But down in the center, we can see lots of these teams are already sitting inside that one. I think 4KT as well might be looking to make a bit of rotations earlier on into this, which is something smart, I must say, because you never know which way this zone is gonna go, because Apache, if this zone like goes like half of military base right now and takes a lot of water, then they don't have much of land space to work with right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is already a tough situation to deal with. I mean, these teams should be running for the coastline right now, which I think is what they're doing. If they're not going to rotate over onto the island just yet, then the coastline's where it's going to be. That's where the fighting's going to happen. There's going to be a lot of gatekeeping. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on because the rotations need to come in. So many teams up north means that things have got to start right off the bat with the aggression, right off the bat with stuff happening. Activity is what is going to be here. And I mean, that is what we're expecting. It's a little bit of a change of pace, but it's fantastic. ZTS right up here against Nzimbi. Nzimbi not having the greatest day today, and certainly performance-wise for the rest of the finals, definitely a little bit difficult, and they're having a bit of a tough time now in the beginning of the final game.
Yeah. Man, this solo dude in Zimbi is caught in between multiple players right there from ZTS. And while ZTS is going to be claiming that one really quickly, sending him back to the lobby, I believe that is going to be the first blood for the match right there. And, Izimbi has not been having a good day at all, not even a good day. The whole weekend has been quite bad for them, with them sitting in that 16th position. But hey, they finally they pushed themselves down into the finals. They got what it takes, but they did not do too well in this particular one right there. But it does seems like that is a setting right there. Inzimbi knows the position in which they are finishing in this particular competition right there, and at least they are going on with something in their wallets. I'm quite happy with that one. I know in the next season they will be packing a lot more punch to give some more action to us right there. But ZTS, on the other hand, already picking up that first skill points right now with 5 minutes down on the clock, and it does looks like we are in for yet another match of the day, which I have no idea how it's going to go. I expected we are going to see a lot more engagement earlier on in the match, because it's the last match. Of course, we might be looking to see teams just go out, drop on each other and go ham earlier on in the game, but it still seems like they are still taking it as tough as possible. But I think Apache, that this is just because there are still so many teams close together from that third to like 11th or 12th position. That's why we're still seeing this kind of serious game.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to find ourselves in the thick of a very enjoyable game for sure, especially based on what we've seen so far. And of course, moving in to our second zone, we will see these teams get prepped up, get ready for the fights. Definitely not branching too far from what we've seen. These guys have been giving us a fantastic finals. These matches have been great to watch, incredible to witness. I mean, this is the kind of tip-top performance that we don't get to see all that often, and it's great to see it come out here in the finals of Season 5. And now we wait to see what these teams are going to bring us for this final push, for this final jet of action here at the final stretch of Season 5. And, I mean, we've seen some great things coming out from all the teams. I mean, even the teams on the second pages, even the teams that have been struggling have given us great show here today. And now, to finish things off, hopefully we get a little bit more of that. And certainly the zone has dictated that we're not going to have a breezy, easy time. It's going to be a little bit of a fight. It's going to be a little bit tough, and the teams have certainly responded well to that. They know what's going on. They know how to dynamically adapt to the map and what it's doing and the game. And well, I only hope that we will see a high-quality finish here. I would hate to sort of get a deflated end game right now. We want to see some action. We want to see some crazy things, and that's what they're gearing up to give us right now.
Crazy, crazy, crazy indeed. Hopefully, we can see some more craziness when it comes to that kill placement right there. Maybe we'll be seeing some 25, maybe we'll be seeing some 30. Hopefully, maybe we'll be seeing someone crossing that 40 total points real quick. But Mad Knights on the other end, what is going on with you guys? They are getting knocked right there, possibly on the rotation. Might be able to, salvage that one real quick, but they need to get their acts together and stay in this one. Mad Knights looking to see what they can do as they are currently number 2 on that leaderboard, and they're the only ones that have been able to to a reasonable extent challenge the number 1 on that overall leaderboard, that is Slime 4KT today. And they were so close, with at least like 10 points away, and we were like, yeah, this could be it. It's really so close right there, but unfortunately for Mad Knight, Slime 4KT came in like bang it in, like we got this, increasing that point right there on the leaderboard. But well, I would love to see how this last match for today is gonna be, as we've got a baby shark do right there, as Tony will say. Just getting out of this kind of situation right there. That's from Team Apex, just swimming out of there right there. They've lost swag, and yeah, Survivor is the name of the game, bro. Survivor is the name of the game.
Indeed, indeed. We have Chaos Kings heading in to the water, going for a nice swim. It's a hot day out. Gotta get yourself jumped in there, get a swim going. Make sure you brought your beach towel just in case, and they've done that for sure. Desert Flame Esports here on the side, and this is the fight that we usually get, or this is the setup, should I say, that we usually get in a zone like this, in a setup like this. The team's running for the coastline, running for the cliff lines, and this is where we see the fights happen, and it is very interesting to watch the fights happen here. We already have a little bit of that fall-off game going. The Chaos Kings falling down a couple of their players, and there's Minato. Thought he had a nice angle with that DP, but no, gets found by Flecko and dropped immediately. He is very much out of luck because no one is coming to save him, so that's a bit of a problem. And already we have a little bit of an issue there for Chaos Kings. They've lost a player. Minato getting taken down there. Maestro going to confirm that kill. DFE now backed up on the coastline. Very nice, just clearing it out, making sure there's no more rock crabs, scuttling around there, making sure that it's nice and clean. And now we head on over to towards zone number 3, should I say. And we've spent about 10 minutes for these teams to set up and get ready. And now as we move closer towards the mid-game, things are definitely going to start heating up for sure. And we're going to start seeing where the zone is going to dictate to these players, because that's really going to determine the landscape of the game and how things are going to play out.
Yeah, definitely. It's well, see, at this point in time, though, I'm just looking to see what kind of stunts, what kind of strat the teams are going to be bringing up, because I believe right now it's pretty much almost textbooks that you need to find a way to get yourself on this island right now. But always in the past, I've seen some teams pull some really amazing off the edge, gameplay coming in and just changing the whole definition of the gameplay right there. But let's see which one of these teams will be bringing in their big brain play right there to take the skills right there. We always know that in this kind of place we are going to be seeing a whole lot of breach camps right there. But look at this: we've got Team Lag, we've got Insider. Slay is just right on the other side of this vehicle, trying to just lure One Knight to come out right now. But One Knight is not falling for this, because he knows if he comes out, there are multiple guns lasered onto his position, just waiting for him to make that pick, and he's not falling for it.
Indeed. Slay right on the opposite side here. 1-9 going to be tactically positioning himself right here, waiting to see if this is going to be a head-to-head clash between Insiders and Lag. Here comes the rest of Lag. Smoke's going down. They may have been able to isolate this player, but can they find that angle?
They don't know that he's in there.
They don't know that he's there. You're right. I think they're still waiting to see.
Look at this man.
They made him spotted. There comes the ambush. It's set up. Lag gets knocked down. There's Slay. The trap has been sprung, and it's a free kill for Rilla Insiders. I love this. What a great setup. Perfect ambush. The HPs of Lag are disappearing on Rilla Insiders. They're executing a fantastic ambush. Oh my word.
What? Look at Trip with the M24, man. Double knock with the M24. This man is a beast with the sniper. Look at that play coming in from inside and right there, keeping one man as a Trojan horse right on the edge of them, just sitting in the vehicle waiting for them to push forward. That was absolutely brilliant, Pachi.
It was. I have to agree with you there. I have no other words for that. Rilla Inside is a beautiful, beautiful execution of an ambush there. You don't see that all that often, and I will say that when it comes to the possibility of that happening, it has to be the finals of Season 5. It has to be Umzansi Esports League. This is where it's at, ladies and gentlemen. This is where it is at. We see the ambushes getting pulled off, the strategies coming to play, and when you need those points, when you got to make something happen, you're gonna dig deep into the pockets of your strat book and you're going to pull something like that out. And I mean, this is where it is. I mean, the RNG falling perfectly into place, giving us the bridge finish, giving us the zone here on the island. Absolutely amazing to see coming through, which is, I mean, what more could you ask for, Viper?
I'm telling you, there's not much you could ask for, because I thought they knew he was there, but all through he had parked even before they got there, just back to the truck, just sitting pretty like, yo, are you guys gonna pass through this? And that is one thing teams need to learn. You need to check every single corner. Make sure you are not being bamboozled right now. But we've got Mad Knight trying to go. Oh no, look at this man. He missed his opportunity on that one, but he's going to pay for that one dearly. I don't think the rest of his squad will be able to give him support because he's far off on a distance. This is why, even if you're going to be a solo player, you have to make sure you work it hard right there. Reverb getting spotted out in the open wheel. MGV coming straight out to his rescue. BJE on a lot of red bars right now, not looking too cool for them. They need to get their hacks together. But check it out, we've got Insider. I think I saw Insider on the other end of that bridge right there, and Mad Knight might just be walking straight into that ambush right now.
Yeah, Mad Knight's desperately trying to get across this bridge, but we've seen Rilla Insiders execute a great bridge defense before, and now they're looking to do it again. Blue zone fight happening, but there it is. Rilla Insiders very quick on the trigger, gonna stop the pushes coming through, and Unique, they're on the hill. They're trying to capitalize on those pushes as well across the bridge, but they're in the blue zone themselves. Rilla Insiders continuing to defend the bridge with the utmost perfection. It is a grinder, and the teams are throwing themselves into it, granting those kills over to Rilla Insiders. A kill factory happening over here at the bridge, and this is exactly what we were waiting to see. We move in, it's zone number 4, and we already only have 11 teams remaining, 37 players left alive, and Team Unique desperately having to make a rotation of their own.
Yeah, Team Unique on the rotation, and already, if you notice, Mad Knight is already out in 13th place. Thereby, I think we pretty much know how the table is looking right now, and to an extent, I might say that second place might be in a bit of contention. I'm not too sure exactly what will be happening with that second place right now, but I would love to see. I would love to leave it open to a bit of speculation. Maybe, just maybe, we might have a team, coming in to snatch that second place from Mad Knight, as they are already out of the game. And for KT, he's going to be getting into a quicker engagement right now. Already, it seems like they've got that upper hand with just one player bleeding out, and they would be able to get that kill off onto them. Right, there's ETS losing a couple of players down on that one. 2 kill points right there to slime for KT, and that was an epic gameplay from Insider. I can't get over it, man. That vehicle play.
Yeah. That's got to be one for the highlight reel. It has to be. It's got to be on there. We've had some really good plays so far this finals, but that's got to be on there for sure. What a great execution. It's been so long, actually, since I've really seen a great ambush getting pulled off like that. I remember some seasons ago, we had some really great ones where some teams would throw themselves into the bushes, kind of obscure themselves, and then pop out when the team is running past. And, that was always great to see. But there it is. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Play a little bit of a peekaboo. And we got it here again in Umzansi Season 5. We had to wait to see it, but we eventually finally got it.
Yeah, we got it. We got it. I'm so happy we got that moment right there. That moment is gonna live on with me for a very, very long time. But one thing I really want to spot out right now is that solo esports, they've actually been they've not been too consistent towards through the reigns of these games. But I must say occasionally when they come out, they seem to be able to handle themselves once in a while. But I feel they just need to do a little bit more work to get themselves back proper, and maybe next season we'll be able to see a lot more from them as well.
Yeah, indeed. Kratos now turning his attention towards Trinity. We've got the Rilla Insiders back in the thick of things. They want to keep fighting ZTS, getting eliminated, a Molotov going in there. Solo Esports under fire, and it's going to work. UG Boy getting taken out there. The Rilla Insiders, they have just been on fire today, pun intended. They are setting other players on fire too. They are making this really, really difficult for all the teams on the board. And it's suddenly like, oh, this is the last game? All right, let's go and pull it off. Let's go and do some stuff. Rilla Insiders, ultra aggressive, super smart. The strategies are coming through. The tactics are coming through. Ambushes, pushes, amazing abilities being displayed here by Rilla Insiders. And they've got all their players left alive. They're in top 10 of the final game. They've got 9 kills in their pocket, and they're looking to keep that tempo going. Nade bounces off the wall, but they are prepping them, trying to just get them in there.
Nice.
Get it through. Absolutely. I mean, what are these guys doing? They're busy playing. They're playing ambush. They're playing basketball. What's going on here?
What is going on? They are up to double digits kill points right now. 10 kills. Are they looking to break that record? Slime 4KT has laid down earlier today. They are looking really strong on this one, just zone 4, and they are going at it against all teams. Where has this been all season? Rilla Insider, you need to bring games like this from the very first match in that finals right there. This last match, I believe they are just coming in to have some fun. They are coming in to just exercise as much as possible. They are coming in with their big brains to give us the best they've got right there. I would love to see how this one will end out for them, Pachi.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Want to see what's going on there. In the meantime, 4KT getting involved with a fight with EFX. Rilla Inside is still here trying to cause problems for all the teams in the surrounding area here. They've got 10 kills in their pocket. That's 10 free points for the Rilla Insiders, or not really free points, but certainly hard work for points that they have sprung some serious traps here for. And now, of course, we're looking to see who is going to contend with them here off to the side, because they do need to get the rotate through, and it looks like they will be doing so. Matrix a little bit split from the rest of the squad, but the zone should be coming up any moment now. Solo Esports looking to try and repel the attack. Maybe a little bit of gatekeeping, but it's too late. Rilla Insiders are here knocking on the door, and when the Rilla Insiders are on your door, it's goodbye to the lobby for you. Solo Esports getting sent back to the lobby there. 8 teams remaining now. 4KT, 5 kills in the pocket, so they're a little bit behind in terms of kills when it comes to Rilla Insiders, who have just been doing something today. They must have chugged the Red Bull or something, because they are operating on another level right now.
Completely other level right now, and I believe in a bit the chat is going to be going wild for Rilla Insider, because trust me, they've been amazing at that one. But right now it's going to be 4KT knocking right at the doors of the guys from Trinity Gaming, backed up into a corner, backed up into this little shack right now. They've got a lot of work for them to do, because a single nade is going to change the direction of this game right now for them. And I wouldn't want to be in this position they are currently in, as underrated esports gets sent back to the lobby with 0 eliminations in that 8 positions. Multiple barrels pointing towards Trinity Gaming's position right now. Slime 4KT BBC just looking right at them, and EFX is going to be the next one in line against the guys from inside. I think they've been able to take one of them down, but they've Sully is the last one left up alive. Oh, this man is dodging grenades. Okay.
Oh my, he is like under fire right now. The pressure is absolutely insane. Rilla Insiders knocking on the door once again, and there's the Molotov.
See, he dodged it.
It is not going to be easy to stay alive in this position. The nades are flying, the mollies are here, the damage coming through very, very low on HP. The meds come in clutch though. Is he going to be able to stay alive here? EFX desperately trying to keep the team's hopes and dreams alive in the hands of Sully, but here comes Rilla Insiders. Oh, UMP in hand. hand, but no, it's not going to be enough. The knock does come through, but Rilla Insiders will culminate with another team wipe. The EFX are getting sent back. Now it's 4KT turning their attention towards Desert Flame. On the other side of that hill, BBC cresting the other end of that. Trinity Gaming in the thick of things, right sandwiched between the two superpowers, and Rilla Insiders coming in to drive the hammer home, drive the nail through the wedge right through the middle of all of this chaos.
Yeah. Man, at this point in time, I'm even getting lost watching what is going on right now. It's so beautiful the way each one of these teams are playing, and I can see 4KT already gearing up to push towards the guys from inside Africa, going for that 2-2 split right now, making that push into the zone. And I think they are going to position themselves quite well to also be able to assault the guys from Trinity Gaming, but while dealing with DFE. That's going to be Desert Flame, Desert Flame Esports as well in front, but that seems like Trinity Gaming is going to say an hello to them as they jump straight out. Vexy taking the hit on this one. That's going to be 2 down. I believe that is 2 that push towards Trinity Gaming's position, but though the rest of 4KT to the rescue. Yips is going to be the last one alive, driving through on this one, coming through like bang de reng, looking to see if he can get the connection, and Yips is going to be getting that connection onto Neil, takes down Neil, takes down Meat, and he's going to be getting that reset quickly. Comes in for the rescue. What a game. Individual player games getting that clutch right there. BBC looking strong on top of that. Will they be able to come into this direction? I believe if these teams were reading what was going on right now, they would know how to position right there to get an advantage over the teams around them. But it seems like they are trying to just sit and wait the game out on top of the hill. I would expect a lot more movements coming in from a team that has such a beautiful position. I mean, BBC right now, but hey, it is what it is, and I would love to see how this one is going to be handing out right now.
What a way to get into the final few zones here. The end game is looking spicy. We got a 4KT that is 4 players strong, 10 kills deep. We've got a Desert Flame that is 6 kills strong, and they are trying to defend this push. BBC looking absolutely beefy right now with their players, with their damage coming through over the top of this hill, making things difficult for Desert Flame. And they are just not stopping. I mean, the teams have turned it up right now. Really, Inside is still playing in this game right now, and that is always a threat. That's always a problem. Trinity getting eliminated. DFE standing up. That 6 god trying to go for something, getting a little bit of damage, but BBC defending very, very nicely, getting the kills, getting the knocks, and they are defending the top of this hill quite well. Blue Zone has come through, though. It's going to push it. It's going to make some pressure. Once again, 4 teams remaining. Desert Flame getting attacked now as they try and push through, trying to get the defense going. 4KT absolutely slaughtering through. There goes DFE getting eliminated. BBC making things happen now, going up against 4KT, but 4KT look like they want to keep the pressure going. The nades are flying, and they are looking to find a few more kills for themselves here. Oh man. The nades start coming and they don't stop coming. Here comes BBC, nice on the back line. That's a great knock, but the champions of the match will be BBC, finding that chicken dinner. 4KT though, pocketing quite a few kills for themselves, but it will be BBC in the end, taking that chicken dinner with a good number of kills in the pocket themselves. What a match. Yeah. Yeah, we had some fantastic performances and a great show. And I mean, what more could you ask for? We had strong performances from BBC, strong performances from 4KT, strong performance from Rilla Insiders, and a great, great show coming out of them as well. What a way to finish off Season 5.
What a way to finish Season 5 indeed. And I'm glad that you are here, Patchy, because seeing BBC finally get a winner chicken dinner with you on the mic, perfect way to end out the season. Incredible performance from them. A little bit late, to be fair, but as long as they make it happen eventually. Of course, they aren't the only squad that find themselves doing well. We did see at the very end there, Slime 4KT still continuing to demonstrate their quality. However, gentlemen, all of this is a moot point. It doesn't really matter how many points they picked up on the side of BBC. What matters is the influence this has had on the overall rankings leaderboard. At the end of all of this, this does now represent the conclusion of Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League. There will be no more games. The only thing that is left, Viper, is surprisingly enough, the most stress-inducing part of our evening. We're waiting for the overall rankings, not just us, but the teams as well. This is not a good time to be waiting on math, right? You're just like, come on, crunch quickly, let's get there. So, tell me, what surprises are we going to be getting? Because I do imagine we're going to have a pretty significant shakeup, especially with this win from BBC. How high do you think they're going to be climbing up as a result of this performance here today? Yeah. So we still do not know, and we're still going to be trying to figure out exactly what it's going to look like in terms of what the teams are going to be looking like, exactly where they're going to be finishing. We do know for a fact that because of how close things were, even though BBC have gotten themselves this W, it's not a guarantee that they'll get into the top 4, for example. So we still have a lot of waiting to do to figure out exactly how things will pan out in that regard. Patchy, though, I think it's pretty clear that we should be able to, at this point, declare that Slime 4KT are at the very top. Number 1 on Miramar. Great performance here on Erangel Part 2. Also coming away with some decent placement points. There's just no way that anybody would have caught them, is there?
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I mean, this is a strong team. They had a great lead coming into this. You mentioned that it dwindled just a little bit, but they came back strong, and I think they finished quite well as well. I mean, we're waiting on the match results to actually see for sure, but I don't think at this point that there's really any doubt that 4KT have found themselves in that number 1 slot. I think the real questions are just who's making it into page number 1, for instance, who's actually found themselves those bragging rights for top 3. Those kind of questions I think are a lot more in contention, a lot more in the air at the moment, because I really do think 4KT have done enough. Like I said, the match results will confirm it, but I mean, if I'm not mistaken, there needed to be a 40-something point drop by the Mad Knights to actually overtake where 4KT is right now. They were the team directly beneath. The rest of the teams, I don't think were close enough. They would have had to do a lot more work than that, and I don't think we saw that. So I really do think 4KT is secured. I don't think that's very much a question at this point. Like I said, it really is just about the rest of the teams.
Well, one of the interesting things is going to be who is going to be taking up our final MVP vote here on Erangel Part 2. So let us take a look. I'm not sure if it'll be Sexy Fexy, but okay, cool. Thank you. Sexy Fexy only gets 1 tonight. Let the other children have a chance to play as well. So it's going to be Zeke instead coming through 4 eliminations. That's going to be the 3rd time this evening that Zeke finds himself in this position of being MVP. This is a little bit heartbreaking, Viper. We were speaking earlier about how this is not the last match for these players, right? And you were speaking especially from the coaching perspective that there's going to be things to still learn from what's actually taken place in these games. How do you what do you do to tell this team, translate this kind of performance that Zeke is doing across the board and into points, make that happen for themselves? But in general, does this represent a decent launching platform for Rilla Insider going forward in the future?
Definitely, I would say it's quite decent that they've been able to produce a player that would get the MVP 3 times, in 3 out of 4 in ninth, I must say. So, having something like this just speak to the fact that the team is actually working together to give a particular player the opportunity to get this kind of positioning. But the one thing I would say is, even though you're working together to give one of these players this kind of opportunity, why not spread that across board? Why not make sure each and every player in your team gets this kind of opportunity? The playing ground for each one of the players is, even all around, then your performance will definitely get upgraded.
Absolutely. Let us take a look, though, at what these match rankings are. We're still not the overall ranking just yet. We're teasing you a little bit, but we still have to get through the business of Erangel Part 2. Of course, BBC were the squad that walked away with 26 points and the winner chicken dinner on this one, practically matching the eliminations of both Slime 4KT and Rilla Insider, which is really, really impressive. Slime, of course, coming in second. We just discussed Rilla Insider having that performance from Zeke, getting a decent amount of placement points as well, and that'll elevate them into being in third place here. The teams that really needed these points more than anybody, though, are the squads that are at the other side of the table. I'm looking at these Trinity Gamings, these Team EFXs. They've done enough, maybe, to not slide down, but I'm not sure if they've done enough just yet, Patchy, to elevate themselves. There's no more bites at the cherry. What do you think? Are we still going to be seeing these squads occupying page number 2 in the overall rankings leaderboard, or has Miramar and Erangel Part 2 done enough to get them into page 1?
Can I just say that it is absolutely insane that the last position of the first page is 3 points? Like, what is happening right now? The bottom of the first page is 3 points. The entirety of the second page is less than 3 points. We have literally watched the top 3 teams of this match suck all of the points out of the game for themselves. It's actually insane. And we've just watched Zeke find himself 3 MVPs in the grand finals of the season of the Umzansi Esports League, which is insane. We've watched them pull off an ambush in this game. We have watched some crazy stuff happen today. I mean, it's absolutely crazy because things did not look this absolutely imbalanced for the entirety of the season. Do I think BBC have done it enough to make it up onto that first page? I certainly hope so, because that was a really grand finish from them. Like you mentioned, matching the performances in terms of kills and whatnot for the other teams that have been doing really, really well, like 4KT and Rilla Insiders, who have done well this match as well. But BBC, of course, coming out with that chicken dinner looks really good, and it's great to see them come out with that in the grand finals, come out with a chicken dinner, just proving to us that they certainly have come an absolutely long way. They've increased their performance so much, and so now the real fact remains: what happens on this overall leaderboard? What does that final scoreboard look like?
Drum roll, please, everybody at home, because we are about to reveal this overall ranking leaderboard. Of course, we're going to start on page number 2 because we want to keep the suspense as high as possible for as long as possible. Here at the very bottom, our 13th through 16th positions, who all will be walking away with $365 a piece. Decent outlay, not terrible by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly not what you came to play for, is of course going to be the squads here of Blackjack Esports, Chaos Kings, Trinity Gaming, as well as Team Nzimbi. It is unfortunate, not exactly where you wanted to end up, but this is where you're going to be. Right above them are going to be the teams that I really thought were going to do quite a lot better today. I firstly thought Blackjack was going to do better, but ZTS I really was thinking would go much higher up on the card, and they will also find themselves in that 12th position. But here we go. It's the first page, Viper, and with no surprises, Slime 4KT declared proper as being champions of Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League. They will earn themselves $3,680. Quite a big outlay of cash. They are certainly the best team within the season. I think we might have a small miscalculation on the points there, but I don't think it really matters that much. It's pretty guaranteed that they will be the team at the very top. Right underneath them, Mad Knights, I think also should be very happy with their performances, Viper. Not just because of the fact that, well, if they're second, it is what it is, but it's the elevation. They did not start the weekend looking like they were the second best team in the lobby, but they certainly demonstrated it after several matches that is the case. So they are definitely feeling very good about their outlay here. But the team I want you to tell me about Team Unique. Shout out to production for fixing the scores right quick. How disappointed must Unique be, Viper? If they had one more game, they could have been second.
Well, that is the way it is. No one more game right there. But for them to actually be able to climb this up, if I were to be someone in the management right there, I would be really impressed, given that they did not play the full 12 matches. They had just one win, and they were able to get themselves up to that third position. Is definitely an achievement, I must say. So if they had the opportunity to just level up to every other person, then possibly they might have been able to get themselves into that second position right there. But it's quite amazing to see Slime 4KT Mad Knight in the second place, Team Unique, BBC climbing in the last moment up to that fourth position, just slightly above. Whoa, they are even tied in fourth, they both in 100 position with the same placement and elimination point. Interesting. They won
Yep.
just by winner chicken winners right there. Quite interesting.
What a tiebreaker situation. One thing I'm loving about this first page here, Apache, is not just seeing the improvements that Viper is mentioning within the league itself and within this format, but seeing improvements from last season. BBC ended last season in 7th, here they are in 4th. Slime 4KT, they ended last season in 6th, and now they just demolished the competition. G3 Temper, as they used to be called, now Desert Flame Esports, were at the exact same place pretty much. They ended 4th last time, here they are in 5th. But the real team that showed a massive jump outside of Slime 4KT is also Team Unique. They ended last season 8th. Here they are in 3rd place with still a game in hand here. That must feel so good. Not just for them, but it tells us that the overall level of competition here in the Umzansi Esports League just keeps increasing season on season.
Yeah, absolutely right. Couldn't have said it better myself. Certainly exactly the case that we seem to be finding ourselves here on. I mean, look at this. I mean, we talk about improvements, and I mean, even in the last few games, we've seen improvements. I mean, look at Rilla Insiders, basically just whooping themselves into the first page here with that performance in that game. A nice little ambush to get themselves where they are. And it's exactly as you say. I mean, we have seen teams improve, not just season to season. It's match to match. It's everything that we could have wanted to see. Fantastic to see the improvements coming out from these teams. And we knew that these teams had it in them. We knew that they had to offer them. We got a little bit worried. You mentioned 4KT barely qualifying for the next round, which had a few people biting their nails, I'm sure, but it's all fine, right? It's all hashtag calculated. It's all part of the plan. 4KT coming through with an absolutely crushing victory here, 203 points, of course. The Mad Knights, a fantastic season for them, I have to say. They came out with a huge, certainly myself at least, very surprised of their performance coming into the beginning of the season. And as soon as I saw what they had to offer, I definitely wanted to see more from them, and they delivered on that promise. Second place for them, as you mentioned, Team Unique, a fantastic improvement for them coming in for that third. Great to see BBC up into the top 5 in that 4th position there. DFE securing themselves a decent spot, making sure that they let us know that they are still here to play despite a few bits of rebranding and reorganizing. Great to see them there as well. Apex in 6th. Rilla Insiders sweeping their way up there into that 7th. And Solar Esports as well, making it up into the top 8 on that first page. So fantastic coming out from them. We want to go and have a look at the champions now. We've seen the teams. We've seen how they have performed. And now we want to see the players and how they have performed over the course of this time.
Absolutely. As he is mentioning, we want to be taking a look at our elimination leaders right now. I don't even think we need to. We know who's going to be number 1. Sexy Fexy is just going to be phenomenal in terms of the damage numbers. Dropped 13 earlier today. Ends the affair with 58 eliminations. What am I seeing, Viper? This is... Okay. All right, Viper, tell me, right? Have you actually seen this before at the end of a tournament of any kind where one player is this cracked at the very end of proceedings?
I am lost of words at this point. The next person to him, he has double plus 14 points. Double the damage, double the elimination. That is just absolute monstrosity right there from Pexi. You could see this is part of the reason why we can actually see why Slime Pocket is the number 1 in the list. You can see them spreading across the sheet, having multiple players in the elimination leaders. This is just 12 matches, and he's been able to get 58 eliminations. Snare, this is mind-blowing.
This is mind-blowing and honestly unfair. It would be one thing if it's just Sexy Fexy on this particular leaderboard, nobody else from the squad. But like you mentioned, Plaza's here, so as well as Pronto. So they're spreading out this damage, and Sexy Fexy is still able to get this cracked. I mean, we have situations where, for example, Relay Insider had Zeke popping off, BBC had Sunny popping off, but nobody anywhere came close to what Sexy Fexy was able to do. So at the very end of things, not only do Slime 4KT demonstrate themselves to be the best team within the Umzansi Esports League, Sexy Fexy by far demonstrating to be the best player at the very end of things. Now that we are done though, it's been 4 maps this evening, it's all over, it's all finished. Patchy, the sad part comes now. Obviously, going into the next season, now it's time to look back and say, yay, we won. Time to prepare. It's time to start on that grind again. So before we close things out, right, give us an inkling of what to expect next season. Who did you see today that you think could be a potential dark horse by the time we roll around into Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League?
Well, that's a really good question. I mean, in terms of dark horses, I'm not so sure if we're going to see that. I mean, you mentioned Unique being a really great improvement, and I definitely see that that is the case. I would like to say, just because, and I think you will see that I am biased in this statement that I'm about to make. I would like to see BBC come in with a sweeping move next season and maybe like sprint their way out that leaderboard, maybe be in contention for first place. I mean, it's just great to see them up on that leaderboard where they are at the moment. You know, 4th place in Season 5 is just amazing. It's phenomenal. 4KT have been absolutely crushing, so it's great to see that the other teams are trying really, really hard to compete, and it's paying off. I mean, Unique improvements, BBC improvements, all these teams improving so phenomenally. So I would like to see that. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but, you know, we can always believe. But other than that, I mean, it definitely is a little bit of a difficult time for pretty much anyone who wants to try and sweep away the empire that 4KT have built here. Just like claiming 3 out of those 5 elimination leaders, Fex just being absolutely out of his mind, apparently, and such a dominant performance. So undercutting that is going to be difficult. So definitely it is time for the teams to get on the grind straight away, get back on it. You know, the best diamonds stay sharp. And that's what these teams have got to do to cut into next season and do really well. And so I would definitely like to see all these teams back at it again, performing as we know they can.
Of course, once we get into Season 6, every squad that you saw participating here today already has an automatic ticket into the next season of the Umzansi Esports League. So we will see them perform once more. But as Patchy was mentioning, we need them to grind. We need them to keep their skills up. Even Slime 4KT being able to do what they've done this weekend, it's not going to be enough in the future. You can't rest on prior successes. You need to create new ones. So they need to be getting back on the grind as well and practicing as hard as humanly possible. But we'll give them a few days off just to be able to celebrate not just the victory, but $3,680 in their back pocket, the lion's share of the $17,100 prize pool we have here in the PUBG mobile side of things. Viper, I will give you the final word here. Tell me, for some of these squads, we've obviously spoken about the squads on the up and up. Some of the squads have unfortunately gone back. Lag Esports, for example, they were 3rd last season, not even on the first page this time around. Relay Insider did really well last season, dropping down to 7th this time around. Talk to us about this from a team and a psychology and a coaching perspective. How do they get back into winning ways to ensure that they don't drop even further than this?
You know, one of the things that is constant in this life is change. And from what I've seen, a lot of these things are undergoing constant change, and they're trying to improve. So if along the line you're trying to push forward, and you see these teams around you are also trying to push forward at the same time, trying to bring different strategies. So definitely at this point in time, you just always need to know that you need to keep pushing forward. You need to keep handing in your best. You just need to keep thinking ahead of the curve right there. So yeah, they should not relent. Just keep thinking ahead of the curve.
Never relent, never surrender, just keep pushing forward. That has been the motto of the squads that have been winning here in the Umzansi Esports League. Certainly the motto of Slime 4KT, who now have ascended to the top of the African throne and are sitting as our Season 5 champions here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. Unfortunately, though, with them being crowned champions and with the Beast Bianchi being crowned champion of FIFA, that means that we have no more business to attend to in this 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League. Everybody at home, thank you so much for joining joining us over the course of these last 10 weeks. It has been grueling. It has been a lot of action. However, we come out on the other side knowing who's the best and looking forward to see them defend it in Season 6. Of course, before we close things out, please make sure to go ahead and give some love to those of you bringing you all of the entertainment over the last several weeks from FIFA at AeroOG and at Tendo Plays. Here in PUBG Mobile, we've of course had DKZA_gaming. We've of course had ourselves S-Proxy. We've of course had Actfire with 2 E's. And today, to bring us these finals, we had ourselves Viper and Patchy. So please go give them love. You see these handles underneath them. You see these wonderful faces, and you've heard the incredible knowledge they have to share with you. Until next season, here in the Umzansi Esports League, where you can also find us at Nodwin Gaming Africa, we will be saying goodbye, we will be saying goodnight, and we'll be saying congratulations to our champions and wondering whether or not they can defend those titles in Season 6. So we know that you'll be there to join us to witness that journey and see every second of this impeccable African esports action. From myself, Snare, Viper, and Patchy, we say good night, goodbye, and until Season 6, we love you, and we'll see you then.